I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Yeah. Do we have a interpreter?
Yes, we have Carla Preciado with us tonight to translate. Carla?
Good evening. Buenas noches. Yo me llamo Carla Preciado y si alguien necesita de mis servicios, yo soy la que voy a traducir. Voy a estar en la parte de atrás del salón. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have headsets for the hearing impaired if you need them. Introductions, proclamations, presentations, or recognitions. Dr. Sarvis?
We have just one presentation. Mr. Milholland, want to give them the green light here? Tonight we welcome Monroe Elementary School's drill team, which is founded in 1985. I know you're all here for the drill team. The team has performed at assemblies, carnivals, other schools, and in parades. The team's director is Caitlin Kortenbach, a high school graduate from San Marcos High School, currently a UCSB biology major.
All right, and I just want to recognize the Monroe PTA because they sponsor lots of after-school classes for our students. Classes that range from origami, ceramics, painting, Lego engineering, chess, and we also have teams, so basketball, football, track team, and of course our drill team, which has won numerous awards for events that they've been in. They were in the Big Dog Parade and won first place in 2003 and 2005. So they have 2 cheers and a song to present to you this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Milholland.
Drill team ready! Drill team ready! Drill team set! Drill team set! Introduction! Hey Monroe! What do you say? We got the best drill team in the world today! So without too much further ado, we'd like to introduce ourselves to you.
I'm Roxy. I'm Angelica. I'm Sierra. I'm Savannah. I'm Jocelyn. I'm Izzy. I'm Bella. I'm Elizabeth. I'm Monse. I'm Sophie. I'm Guinevere. I'm Sana. I'm Rebecca. I'm Michaela. I'm Alexia. I'm Isabella. I'm Rena. I'm Kai.
And we're Monroe Drill Team. Drill team ready! Drill team ready! Drill team set! Drill team set! M-O-N! M-M-M-O-N! R-R-R-O-E! M-O-N! R-O-E! Monroe Mustangs can't be beat! Drill team ready! Drill team ready! Drill team set! Drill team set! Dance routine!
I just hope that sets the tone for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Monroe. Hey, and by the way, you can see yourself on TV Saturday night at 5 o'clock. Put up the little notice, Mr. Hutyank, up Channel 18 at 5 o'clock. Tell your parents.
Good.
And yes, I hope that you all remember that smile on your face and how you felt the last 5 minutes. And we carry that on until midnight tonight, okay? Yeah.
Well, I can see the key to enthusiasm is pigtails, right?
That's for sure.
Shall I continue with the superintendent's
yes.
report? I'll try to be brief tonight. The Westerns Association of Schools and Colleges, better known as WASC, is the accrediting commission for public and private schools, colleges, and universities. The WASC review process involves all stakeholders in a self-study of the school's goals and plans. In fact, high schools spend a full year in self-study before they get a visitation from the visiting team. All three of our comprehensive high schools over the past 4 weeks have received visitations. The San Marcos and Dos Pueblos visitations have been completed. Santa Barbara High School's review will be finished tomorrow, so it's in process. We met with them starting Sunday. We will not know what the accrediting periods the schools have achieved until May. The board will be, I will be forwarding those reports to you in the board brief so that you have them as soon as we get them. The Dos Pueblos mock trial team took 5th place in the state championships, and 3 members of the team took home individual awards for their outstanding work. The school's engineering academy students took 2nd place in the Western Regional FIRST robotic competition in San Diego earlier this month. The team won the Motorola Quality Award for the best robot design at the competition, and student Nicole Schauser was one of the students to win the first Dean's List Finalist award for the best team leadership and spirit. The team is now preparing to compete in Long Beach this weekend, hoping to earn a spot on the national level competition. On a related note, Jeff Elings in our community announced that he will match donations and pledges to the Engineering Academy's capital campaign up to $100,000. The offer will be in effect until June 30, 2010. Roosevelt, Cleveland, McKinley, Adams, and Santa Barbara Community Academy held a poster contest in celebration of Read Across America Day. The posters, which are on display on the bulletin board in the back of the room, highlight books and the joy of reading. The board brief. My office regularly issues a report to the board called the Board Brief. It's a collection of articles and informational items which is on display in the reception area. The March 12 board brief included 2 items I'd like to briefly highlight. First was a U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights advisory prohibiting the tracking of students. I thought that was rather timely. And a Santa Barbara County Education Office memo warning of the impacts of furlough days. Coming up, the Anti-Defamation League will be hosting the annual No Place for Hate recognition on Wednesday, May 26th. You'll want to mark your calendars. It's at 5 o'clock to 6:30 at the Earl Warren Showground, Wednesday, May 26th. I'm very pleased to report this year that 100% of our schools, every school, is participating in the program, and every one of our schools qualifies as a No Place for Hate school. Other upcoming events: Goleta Valley Junior High School's Advanced and Beginning Band, Orchestra, and Jazz Ensemble concert will perform this Thursday. Excuse me. McKinley Elementary's All-Student Art Show takes place this Thursday. San Marcos High School's All-Student Art Show will be on display April 9 through 14 with an opening reception on April 9th. Franklin Elementary School created a 13-tile mural which has been installed at the newly remodeled McDonald's restaurant on Milpas. McDonald's will hold a ribbon cutting and mural dedication on Friday, April 9. So that's Thursday, Friday. You get the picture, right? Board members and members of the community, there are Theater Fest sheets on the side table and up on the dais that show upcoming events at our juniors and high schools, a number of plays at each of our junior highs and high schools this spring. And please check our website for more information on our school events. Thank you, Mr. Heron.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. C2, board comments. Do we have any tonight? Okay, in interest of time, we'll move to C3, announcement of closed sessions. B1 will be handled on E7 agenda tonight, and B2, we have nothing to report out at this time. C4, public comments. We have 6 public comments.
Okay, this is the time in which the public may speak to any item that is not on tonight's agenda, but is in the purview of the board. Rita Carrera, followed by Joan Esposito, followed by Carolyn Renard. And I would ask you to come to the podium. Thank you. You will have 3 minutes. Is Rita Carrera here? Oh, okay.
I'm here to support David Gilbertson. Since David Gilbertson began filing complaints about this district's violations of special education laws and violating students' rights with the California Department of Education because he couldn't stand it anymore being part of this corrupt system, he's first demoted from being a special education administrator to a school psychologist. Then he wasn't given a phone in his office for 6 months, and then he's been transferred around from school to school against his will. And now he is going to be supposedly laid off because supposedly FCMAT says that this district amazingly has too many school psychologists. And I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe that the FCMAT actually based that report on good information, based that recommendation on good information, and they're currently not responding to my questions about exactly what they based this recommendation on, and I have reason to believe that it's not an objective recommendation. Mr. Sarvis is referring to David Gilbertson in the Independent as a disgruntled employee is simply outrageous. And for Mr. Sarvis to say that the district has, quote, the district has never shied away from claims of a poorly performing special education situation is beyond belief. I've been in several meetings, joint city council, school board meetings, and city gang task force meetings when I and others spoke out about the low-income Hispanic students with disabilities for years being routinely denied special education protection and help and ending up in juvenile hall. And Mr. Sarvis would repeatedly claim, he would act so surprised, he would claim that the district was in complete compliance, as though I was simply a disgruntled person. And then the FCMAT report came out showing that the district was not in compliance, to say the least, and hadn't been for years. And Mr. Sarvis couldn't have not known that. But nothing has changed even since the FCMAT report. The FCMAT committee is a joke. The non-compliance and resistance to admitting that kids have disabilities and resistance to providing the protection and the help these kids have a right to has, if anything, gotten worse. And now the district administration, Mr. Sarvis, is engaging in
30
outright
seconds.
blatant retaliation against the one employee who has put his livelihood on the line for all the right reasons. And this is being allowed by the board. This board is allowing this. Nothing has changed in this district, except this board has become even more clearly aligned with the dark side. Speaking of the dark side, it appears that Mr. Sarvis is being groomed to succeed Bill Cerrone for the County Office of Education superintendent position. Certainly, Mr. Sarvis is...
Thank you, Ms. Renard. Rita Carrera? Cabrera. Oh, sorry. Okay. Followed by Joan Esposito, followed by Kate Smith. At this point, we are closing public comment speaker slips. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rita Cabrera. I'm here for my son and from the school for David Gilbertson. He has helped my son. It was 2 years ago. My son was assaulted here in a school in Santa Barbara, and he found everything that they had done to my son, that they were out of compliance. We filed a a complaint with the state of California, the school district, the county district. They were both found out of compliance. David has did nothing but help me and my family, and what the school is doing now is wrong. David does not need to lose his job because of what he has helped us do with the kids that need the help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Joan Esposito, followed by Kate Smith, followed by Nick Tonkin.
Good evening, Joan Esposito from the Dyslexia Awareness and Resource Center. I too am referring to the article in The Independent this week on David Gilbertson. And the article in The Independent only talks about the 13 violations that you've been found out of violations with the federal laws from the State Department of Education recently. But what it doesn't address is David filed complaints 2 years ago, starting with Mrs. Cabrero's case. And you were found out of compliance. And ever since he filed in the Cabrero case, and I believe 2 other cases, he was demoted. He was changed, his job, his position. He started out as special ed director, and he got demoted. So this is not just something that has just happened to him. And Dr. Savas, I am really, one more time, disappointed, because you said that he is a disgruntled employee, and I can't say much more than that. Mr. Savas, this is the one person in your district and the one school psychologist that I've known of in my 22 years of advocacy in this district, that when I go into an IEP, I know I'm going to get the services for that child. You are removing from this district the one person who advocates for children who can't stand up for themselves. His qualifications are so superb. He is so qualified, more than anyone else in your school district. And you're saying that he's just a disgruntled employee. No, he came to the district 4 years ago and he could not believe what was happening. And he decided to put his, like Mr. Renard said, put his job on the line to advocate for students with disabilities and low-income parents. Please, Mr. Saw, I think you need to retract what you said. He is not just a disgruntled employee, just like people have said about me, oh, she's just a disgruntled person. Yes, I'm disgruntled. No. It's because I see these kids every day. I just met with a parent tonight who's going to court tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll be in an IEP meeting with another one of your students. And yesterday I was in an IEP meeting, and thank God we had David Gilbertson to come in yesterday with us. Tomorrow we don't, so I don't know what will happen. I think you should promote this man to an administrative position and not let him go. As I'll tell you now, if you don't promote him, I will raise the money to hire him, my office, and I will have him file complaints against this district.
30
'Cause
seconds.
I don't have time to file the complaints. I need someone like David who is honest, who is truthful, and who's not afraid to stand up for children. And I would like this board to start standing up for these children. And please do not fire or give him his pink slip, whatever it is, because this district needs him, and the children in this county need him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Esposito. Kate Smith, followed by Nick Tonkin, followed by Bob Mark.
President Herron, members of the Santa Barbara Board of Education, I was going to discuss my daughter's 21st birthday celebration, but in light of the subject of the previous speakers, I will postpone that for the next meeting. I am your most disgruntled parent. I ran for the school board to expose school corruption, to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline, and to thank the incredible educators of our community. That was the beginning of my doctoral dissertation, God's Eye. I am I, the person. When joined by others, I becomes we, the people. And when we, the people, embrace an idea whose time has come, there is nothing more powerful in human form. Members of the Santa Barbara Board of Education, we are at the tipping point. There is deep-seated and widespread corruption in Santa Barbara County. We are rising to this public podium to combat an education, politico, industrial complex. It's called an epic battle. We, the people, are rising today. We love our children, you don't. We'll work with our schools and we'll all be okay. Leave your keys on your desks, 'cause you won't. Si se puede, and yes, we can. Expose corruption we must. Get you out of our schools 'cause you lie, cheat, and steal. You've betrayed our children and trust.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Nick Tonkin, followed by Bob Mark, followed by Bruce Carter.
My name is Nick Tonkin. I'm the parent of a second grader at Open Alternative School. Mr. Nola, I'd appreciate it if you'd listen to my comments. I came here tonight because recently at Open Alternative School, the administrators sent a request to the district for some key copies. Over the years, keys had gone missing. We have a new teacher in our classroom who started halfway through the year. She doesn't even have a key to the room. Many of the locker keys that the teachers use over the years have broken. So there was a need for some key copies, and a request was made to the district for 23 copies of existing keys. Mind you, not rekeying the doors or changing the locks. We received a memo from the district which stated that, unfortunately, key copies can no longer be covered under the maintenance budget of the district. And so, therefore, the cost would have to be charged to the site funds, the tiny pool of money over which parents have some control and out of which we pay for art and theater and music and so on. And the memo was accompanied with a statement of the cost that was to be incurred for sending out the district locksmith, which was $899.04 for 23 copies of keys. Now, it leaves me speechless, but it begs several questions. For example, was this what keys always cost when it was charged to the maintenance budget? Is this indicative of maintenance costs in general that are charged to the maintenance budget or to the site councils? Do you know? Do your administrators know? Frankly, I am just amazed that nobody stopped this memo from going out of their office. How could your junior administrators pass a memo over their desk asking for $900? You've got a superintendent and a deputy superintendent and a director of fiscal services, the top 7 administrators making more than $1 million a year. The school's falling apart. Our storm drains blocked for the 3 years that I've been at the school. And it's $900 for 23 copies of keys? Who's in charge here? Mr. Knoll, you're famous for your attention to detail and the way that you go through the line items. Well, I'd like some response on this issue and on the
30
questions
seconds.
I raised about maintenance costs in general. You can contact me at the number listed on my speaker slip or through the office at Open Alternative. I'm there frequently volunteering at my son's school to try and keep the place running, since we're basically bankrupt. And while we're bankrupt, you apparently are hostage to some bizarre union stranglehold that wants $900 for 23 key copies.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
won't be finishing that order. We'll be taking it, I'll be personally taking it, to Santa Barbara Locksmiths, which you may have noticed is 50 yards from where I'm standing.
Thank you, Mr. Tonkin. Bob Mark, followed by Bruce
Well-
Carter.
I did notice the article in Ed Hat this morning, and I too was wondering. I asked Mr. Hetjank to give a very, very short response. Mr. Hetjank, let's hear from Mr. Hetjank real quick.
This is a Schlage restricted keyway You can't go to Santa Barbara Locksmith and make a copy. They don't even have the blanks. OAS was rekeyed in 2005 under the new key system and was issued 50 keys. When administrators hand out keys, they sign them out. The person they sign them out to signs a form that says, if you lose this key, it is $35 to replace it. That's board policy. It's a board form. In 2007, we issued them 4 additional keys for the OAS Cafe. So they've been issued a total of 54 keys for 16 rooms. So when a site sends in a request says, we need 28 replacement keys, that begs a question. Are these lost keys? Because we have no work order to replace a broken key or fix a lock that a key broke off in. So and the board policy prohibits giving keys to non-district personnel. So the memo went out, yes, if you lost 28 keys, we're going to charge, and the people that lost the keys should pay $35 each, as it said when they signed out their key. And if we lost that many keys, we definitely need to go through and make new ones and rekey the school. But we received no response from the school as to if the keys were lost, broken, was there a program change that required a redoing of an area for a key? This was an old request before our current work order system, so it's been out there for a little while. So, I'm kind of dumbfounded too as to where 28 keys went out of 54.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Bob Mark, followed by Bruce Carter.
Yeah, Mr. Hetyank will contact you.
Can you read them out of order?
Good evening. My name is Bob Mark. I'm a director on the South Coast Community Aquatic Center. I'm here to talk about agenda item D11. And one of the main reasons I'm here is actually there is a more overriding, this is associated with an item that was not on the agenda, should have been put on the agenda, and don't have any good reason for it. I'm here to express the extreme displeasure of the South Coast Community Aquatic Center because it is not, the associated item is not on the agenda. And it's going to cause, extreme, it's just unconscionable, really. Unfortunately, this has kind of been the experience that we've had with the school district, both in regards to the and I'm speaking, this is the aquatic center bleachers that we're going for. This is kind of the experience that we've had as far as the attention to this project and also the service that we've had with this project. And I'm here specifically to talk about this item here that is on the agenda, and it's an approval for something that's a fee that will be invoiced to us. And I want to make it known that we should not be invoiced for this item until the main project gets approved. Thank you. If you have any discussion or questions about it, I'll be here.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Bruce Carter?
Yes, mine was for E1.
Oh, I apologize. Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes public comment.
Mr. Herron, may I make a comment related to a couple of the previous speakers?
Yes.
We had 57 layoff notices go out to fine teachers and psychologists. 57. Every one of them could come and complain that their layoff is due to some supposed targeting or retaliation. None of them has, because they know that in fact the layoffs are based only on seniority. So our layoff process in identifying who would be laid off first is the least senior first, and then our bring back process as we have retirements as we go into the summer, or we have people leaving the district, will be based again on seniority. We will bring those people back into the district based on seniority.
I would also like to make one comment on the complaints that have been filed by Dr. Gilbertson. I can assure you this board takes those very seriously. We've hired a totally separate investigator to review the complaints and come back with a investigation report on those complaints, totally outside the jurisdiction of any administrator in our district. So totally separate. It will be done correctly, and the investigation and the complaints will be looked at seriously. C5, acceptance of donations.
Move to accept with appreciation.
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. Consent item, the Ds. Do we have any to be withheld? Mrs. Deacon?
D10.
Dr. Noel?
D2 and 3.
Mrs. Parker? No? Mrs. Cordero?
I'll move to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Second?
Under discussion, there is one purchase order in there I'd like to clarify. It's to a governance council where Mrs. Parker and I are both going to a school association 8-10 week session. Both of us are reimbursing the school for that cost, so it's not costing the district anything. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Going to action items E1, approval of secondary district honors coursework proposal. How many public comments do we have?
At this time, we have 27.
The comments are closed. If we had 20, we normally would give 2 minutes. At 27, do we still want to give 2 minutes? Or if they can keep it less than 2 minutes, it'd be great.
3 minutes on the form.
Or less. Yeah.
Doesn't say or less.
It has always been tradition, and also by the rules, it is 2 or less if you read the agenda, or 3 or less.
You're providing the forms,
Yeah.
sir.
It's 3 or less. Does any?
Okay.
We'll hold it at 2 minutes per speaker.
Okay, should we go ahead?
Yes.
This item is the approval of secondary district honors coursework proposal. We've discussed this item at 2 previous board meetings. We've had a number of community meetings with parents and community members, and it's been reported on often by the local press. Robin Sawaski, our associate superintendent, will make a fairly brief presentation, and I think you can just follow up with questions, board.
Yes, exactly. I think we've talked a lot about it, so I will be brief and also given the number of public comments. I do want to say, though, from the many exchanges I think all of us have had, whether it's a group meeting, emails, one-on-one, or small group conversations, the one point that comes up, I believe, to be most important is the rigor of the courses. And everyone, I think, from either side of the proposal, the way it sits now, either for or against it or wants to revise parts of it, that everyone wants that high quality of the instruction and the curriculum to remain intact, if not even be enriched some. Last week, the secondary principals composed together a letter to the community that some of the media covered, not all, and it was sent throughout the district through our district e-news, so I trust that board members got to see that. And what the principals wanted to say was, and I think they did it quite well, was that they ensure the high level of courses will remain the same. The principals are confident that they and their teachers can deliver this kind of curriculum and the quality program that our students deserve. And I think we all, everyone in the room that's here, can support that 100%. That's what we want. So within the proposal, and I know you've got some other proposed amendments, you've talked to many people, as I have, I'm certainly open to your comments. So I'm not going to go into what I've heard. I think you'll all bring those to the discussion. I do want to point out that in the letter A section about the honors course label, I think it's important to note that as far as the tiers or the levels that we have available for our students in the note part, it shows that within that college prep level, in our English language arts, there are exactly 2 levels within that is college prep. There's a fast-paced grade level that is for students who are above basic, they're proficient. There's even some advanced students in there, depending on where they've placed themselves and what their what they produce in class. And then there's a level that's still grade level college prep that is CSU eligibility. It's a track that goes that way, that for English language arts and also for math is either a double block period. Some of the schools have they call it a late flight or early flight, where they have an additional time for tutorials during the day, or even to a 2-year period that covers that same grade level course. And again, that's still college bound. And then we have our intervention. In math, there's even more tracks, if you will, or levels, because some of our incoming students in 7th grade, for instance, many of them take the algebra test to be placed in there. Occasionally, we even have students who are ready for geometry. Although we really caution that kind of move, because we find that later on in our Algebra 3-4 courses, some of those students who have accelerated so quickly find that there are some holes. And so usually algebra is the top. But we have a number of students that have that. So I just wanted to be clear that we're not going from, like 3 levels or 4 levels to just 3. There are levels within. And our students, I believe, are placed for the most part very appropriately by our counselors and teachers and principals. And that's been going on for a long time. Of course, the spotlight is on this now. So we know that, this year and continuing, those kinds of placements are even more critical, because we want to have this right and have as many students be at the highest level that we can have them be successful. Also, in Section B, where it talks about the honors course access guidelines, there's been a lot of discussion on this. This is probably one of the key areas that people have, voiced their opinion on. And I want you to know that in that Section 1, where we talk about, and it comes up again in Section 2, the District Honors Course Teacher Recommendation, which includes multiple measures, and we're looking at above grade level or advanced level benchmark assessment results. Also on the diagnostic placement assessment, when we're looking at those kinds of advanced levels, we have data, and I have a pile of data that I pulled off of our EduSoft system that shows those entry-level scores for our gifted kids. We pulled them off by ethnicity. For the most part, it's very interesting that entry-level Holt in English, even our gifted students are at about 78%, the percentile on their scores. So it shows that we've got a way to go for all of our students. And this is everyone coming in from Cold Spring, Montecito, Goleta, that their alignment to the standards and mastery of that, we still have some work to do. So we have that baseline data, and we know where our most advanced students who are way above are coming in with that. So we have that available. We're not guessing at what those cut points are. The cut points, though, will change over time. As our schools here in Santa Barbara Elementary and our other feeder schools, their curriculum's more aligned to the standards, we expect that those assessments will show different cut points as we move along. So we will just be using that as a guide. And we have done that currently for the last year or so. We've had other kinds of measures, but with our adoption, we are very data-driven now, so we look at that. We also have a similar placement in math, and we do an algebra placement test that students are invited to take. So we believe that 7th grade placement is absolutely critical, and when you look more and more into the research on how students move through the system and the pathways to advancement, that 7th grade placement is just huge. I know some of our principals individually, personally, look at every student and make sure the placement is correct. And of course, our counselors and our feeder districts play into that as well. Let's see, I think I'll skip over the A or B prerequisite course. I'm sure we're going to talk about that. The honors course descriptions that we will be looking at this spring. We've planned 2 days in May. We're close to setting the dates right now. We have a lot of this in place already, and the purpose of having teachers meet together for 2 days, half day for each one of the core curriculum, half day English, half day math, science, and social studies, is for representatives from the schools to come together at every grade level and look at the consistency in the way our courses are described, what makes a grade level course different from an honors course, and what specifically will those students be required to do at that next level. So that work will start in May, go back to the school for all teachers to be involved, and it'll be kind of a give and take piece. But that will be in place by next year. The teacher preparation, I think that's fairly clear. We definitely want our teachers to all be prepared for our courses, even more so than before. Our principals are looking at only those teachers who have had the appropriate training will be assigned to the honors courses next year. We want to make sure that those teachers who really want to be there and are well prepared are there. And then, of course, that follows to our professional development plan. We can offer some of the professional development during the school year, but as you know, we've talked many times about the balancing of having teachers out of the classroom for professional development and also other ways that we can do that. So we'll have more training throughout the year, but as you can see, there are some during the school year and then in through the summer. I want to note one on the June 7th through 11th. There it says social emotional needs for gifted students one day. At this point, well, when I wrote this, we didn't have the confirmation, but we do know for sure that Dr. James Webb, who is very well known, I know many of the parents in the room know of him, is definitely confirmed. The Thursday night, the 10th, will be a night for parents, and on the 11th will be the day for staff, for teachers, and for administrators. The monitoring of student progress, that, as I said, we're data-driven. That goes on and on, and even more so every year that we're more involved in EduSoft. On the program evaluation, this is not spelled out here. We have lots of ideas on how that evaluation will take place, even some ideas on that outside agency that we would like to talk about. We haven't made a proposal yet, so I don't want to mention, a name. But the most important piece this first year is, are we placing our students appropriately? We know that this very first year out, this proposal is not going to guarantee that we have a lot more diversity in our classes. This is not a silver bullet to just make that happen, and I know the board is very aware of that. This is just opening the door to provide the access for the highest level courses for all students. So down the line, of course, this evaluation will be tracking that as we'll be looking at board focus goals. This initial evaluation is going to be looking at the placement of students, and are we keeping the rigor in the classes, and are those students performing well? Student contracts, I believe, is fairly clear. I haven't had a lot of questions on that. The program enrichment opportunities, we want to make sure that many of them are during the day, because we know particularly our advanced learners are extremely busy outside of the school day. So we want to make sure that those are in place. And we also know that our GATE students are that 2 to 5% that are really, truly gifted and talented. We want to have special opportunities for them that we have not had, and we don't have them presently. We have some, but the district hasn't offered a lot of those. They have to find them on their own. So we recognize that it's not just the coursework and the rigor in the classes, it's a lot of other opportunities that students need. And then, of course, the parent education and outreach. So I'm not going to say a lot more. I want to note that one related discussion that I would like to come back to the board with is about the weighted grades. We currently do not have any weighted grades in junior high. It's only in high school. We've had discussions about the UC eligibility and all of that. So we'll bring that back another time to talk about that. I do want to talk to staff, but we'll make a decision on how we do that. I believe that's all that I have to say, but I, of course, want to engage in discussion with you after we've heard public comment.
Any questions of Robin now before we go to public comment? Dr.
Well,
Noel?
I have a whole bunch of things that need clarifying, and I defer to you, Mr. President.
Do you want to have public, let's
When
have
we
public
get it.
comment first. That may bring up other things too.
Okay, that's
Okay.
fine with me.
Public comment, and please, as your names are called, come up and get in line, and we'll try to go through these 27.
Okay.
2 minutes each.
2 minutes each, and for those of you who haven't spoken before the board before, there is a green light that's on during the 2 minutes, and when the light turns red on the podium, that means the 2 minutes are up. I will give you a 30-second warning of before your time is up. Becca Sampson, followed by Frida Franco, followed by Candy Soto. And I would ask Frida Franco and Candy Soto to please come and line up so we can keep the speakers moving. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Becca Sampson, and I'm a GATE English teacher and avid teacher at La Colina Junior High. I'm not surprised, but I am frustrated by the recent uproar in our community over the proposed name change and criteria streamlining of our flawed GATE program. As a GATE teacher, here is what I see. Our schools have been scheduling non-GATE identified students in our GATE classes for years. These are students with high CST scores and strong teacher recommendations who have not passed the GATE exam. What I've found from these students unequivocally is that they are highly motivated, highly organized, hardworking students with parents who are supportive of their education. Most importantly, they are students who present a powerful, underrepresented perspective in our GATE classrooms, which is an enhancement to all students' education, not a detriment. In addition, the focus in my GATE classes due to these schedule adjustments has shifted over the years to an emphasis on quality of product and work ethic rather than on the status of being a GATE identified student from the 3rd grade. What I don't see is an increase in behavior problems. I also do not see a dumbing down of the curriculum. As for behavior problems, these can be directly attributed to the constant increase in our class sizes, a newly mandated 36-to-1 at the junior high school level starting next year. Behavior problems most often don't stem from the types of students in our classes so much so as they stem from the sheer volume of students in our classes, and that's
30
something
seconds.
nobody seems to be complaining about lately. The implementation of these proposed changes that merely put on the books what we have already been practicing at our schools is the right thing to do. We will continue to conduct a challenging accelerated program that focuses on depth and complexity, but we will do this by using fair, common assessments to designate our students, assessments such as their CST scores, which adequately reflect their skill and knowledge base in language arts and mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sampson. Frida Franco, followed by Candy Soto, followed by Laura Pomerantz.
Hi, my name is Frida Franco. I'm 16 years old, and I'm a junior at Dos Pueblos High School. GATE does not give an equal chance for all students to join, and it should because it opens up a lot of opportunities for them. When I was in elementary school, I was in the GATE program. I was absent the day of the assessment test to join GATE in junior high. So I took it over the summer and still wasn't able to join. I never received my results, so I wasn't able to figure out what I needed to work on. It was different for me because I was still engaged in school, but for other students, it could have been a discouraging moment. I wanted to be in the program. Who wouldn't? I wanted to be in higher level classes, but there was nothing I could do. By changing the honors and GATE program, more students will have the opportunity to join. They will have more confidence, and it will boost their self-esteem. Students will learn more things that will be helpful to them throughout their life. I urge you to vote to make these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franco. Candy Soto, followed by Laura Pomerantz, followed by Heidi Kirkpatrick. Could I have Laura Pomerantz and Heidi Kirkpatrick come up, please? Thanks.
Hi, mi nombre es Candy Soto.
Hi, my name is Candy Soto.
Como mamá de 2 niñas que han estado en el programa de GATE,
I'm a mom. I have two kids, and my 2 daughters are being in the GATE program.
me ha costado mucho trabajo el ponerlas ahí, como a ellas también les ha tomado mucho trabajo.
It's been very difficult for me to have my 2 daughters in the GATE program.
tuve que estar preguntándole a los maestros por esa clase y para que ellas estuvieran, porque yo sabía que ellas podían estar en ese grupo.
I had to keep asking and asking the teachers for my daughters to be able to be in the GATE program. It was very difficult for me. I had to ask several times.
En este tiempo me he dado cuenta que hay muchos estudiantes capacitados, pero desafortunadamente no les dan la oportunidad de estar en ese grupo por un examen.
There's a lot of bright students that could be in the GATE program, but they don't give them the opportunity.
Creo que con este programa que se está implementando, los dos grupos GATE y honores se juntarían y los estudiantes formarían una educación más fuerte y mejor para ellos.
I think the new I agree with the new proposition. I think the GATE program and the honors program will work nicely together.
Estoy a favor de la proposición que están poniendo y me gustaría ver mejores cambios en esta ley.
I agree with the proposition and I want to see changes. I'm glad that you guys are here to support the new changes.
Gracias.
Gracias, señora Soto. Laura Pomerantz, followed by Heidi Kirkpatrick, followed by Gina Perry.
Good evening. My name is Laura Carlos Pomerantz. I'm a Hispanic mother of 3 children and an educator. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Parents for Excellence in Public Schools. We are a committed group of parents who are dedicated to ensuring excellence in public education for all students, with an emphasis on special needs and strategic identification of gifted and talented students at the elementary and secondary levels. We will be recommending changes to the Secondary District Honors Coursework proposal. We understand the negative social implications the GATE title for coursework can have in our community. As a result, we are in accord with the decision to rename this track for coursework. However, we would like to stress the importance of maintaining a program which supports the specific social, emotional, and academic needs of GATE students. To that end, we would like to demystify the notion that GATE children are these extraordinary beings able to churn out A's without effort. On the contrary, if not properly supported by an academic program with provisions for their social, emotional, and academic needs, many of these students will be destined to fail. Furthermore, these students can be at an increased risk of underachievement, social isolation, delinquency, dropping out of school, depression, and even suicide. We are disheartened with the lack of time the
30
public has been
seconds.
given to digest and really understand this proposal. We worry that unintended consequences will create a roller coaster of instability for vulnerable gifted learners. We believe every child is special in his or her own way. A more focused approach to their educational needs will ultimately benefit all children in our community. We hope you do not lose sight of the special needs of these gifted learners. Finally, we believe making these amendments will begin to ensure the critical social and emotional development of these children, allowing them to flourish to their full academic potentials. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pomerantz. Heidi Kirkpatrick, followed by Gina Perry, followed by Chris Grant.
Parents for Excellence in Public Schools ask that the board have clear criteria for admission to honors courses, and we have incorporated our ideas with the board's current proposal in Section B. For 7th grade honors course placement, we believe students must meet Santa Barbara School District's own GATE identification criteria, or at least 2 of the other criteria outlined in the board's proposal. For access to 8th through 12th grade honors courses, students should have one of the following: a grade of A, B, or C in a prerequisite honors level course. A C should be considered a passing grade if we are to avoid grade inflation. A grade of A from a prerequisite fast-paced grade level course. A grade of B with a district honors course teacher recommendation form from a prerequisite fast-paced grade level course. In your desire to raise the scores of the general student population, Please do not sacrifice the special needs of the gifted students. Many studies have shown the negative effects on gifted students in regular classrooms that do not consider their special needs and that deny them interaction with their peers. Our brightest young minds deserve to spend a year in school learning a year's worth of material. Do not shortchange them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirkpatrick. Gina Perry, followed by Chris Grant, followed by Mark Pomerantz.
I'm Gina Perry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Parents for Excellence in Public Schools. I'm here to talk about teacher training and request the following amendments to the current draft proposal. We would like the title of Section D to read Elements of Teacher Preparation for Accelerated and Gate-Identified Learners. Studies have shown again and again that gifted and talented learners learn differently than the general population. Hence, we believe it is vitally important that all teachers placed in the new honors classrooms receive GATE training and that this fundamental training not be left to chance. We understand teachers can decline training offered over summer months during non-contractual hours. We request teachers assigned to honors level coursework be provided with a minimum of 4 days of GATE training during contractual hours with sub-release, in addition to what is currently proposed. We request the appropriate amendment in Section D, Part 1. As gifted and talented learners do not always learn at an accelerated pace, we expect some GATE-identified students will be moved into the new fast-paced college prep classes. We request teachers of the new fast-paced grade-level courses receive training for gifted and talented learners also. We support intense monitoring of teacher differentiation plans and teacher coaching when and where necessary to ensure differentiation is happening in honors classrooms and working. We support GATE program enrichment opportunities during the school day as required by State Education
30
Code
seconds.
52206 and would like these to begin this coming school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Chris Grant, followed by Mark Pomerantz, followed by Jean McKnight.
I will be addressing Section F of the proposal, monitoring of student progress and program evaluation. We fully support the need for monitoring student performance through an external benchmarking process. It is expected that this evaluation process will be taking place across all tiers. We feel strongly that the evaluation process needs to be in place well in advance of the first day of the coming school year and should include the following 5 components. 1, a stakeholders group consisting of parents, teachers, and administrators should be involved in selecting the outside agency for external review, and they should assist in the review process itself. 2, coursework from prior year's GATE classes, both from within our district and from outside excellent schools, should be used as a benchmark for GATE students in the new honors courses to ensure that continuity and integrity is maintained. 3, the evaluation should emphasize the effectiveness of differentiation as it pertains to the quality of the discussions held within the classrooms. It is far more than just differentiating the syllabus. 4, enrollment of socioeconomically disadvantaged and Latino students should be monitored to determine the effectiveness of your program changes. And 5, each tier, including the pipeline from elementary to 7th grade honors, shall be evaluated for both general effectiveness and effectiveness in preparing students for the next level. We recognize the weight this proposal carries across the entire curriculum. It is far more reaching than simply just a change in label. If it were, the proposal would only need to be 1 sentence. Instead, it is an entire paradigm shift in the way students are drawn into and throughout the
20
system.
seconds.
In Santa Barbara Junior High, there is a poster hung by a student on the wall that says, "Goals are dreams with deadlines. Define your goals and your deadlines and make them meaningful. Don't settle for self-inflated evaluation of your own system. Keep it objective. Know whether you are on track to meet your goals and be ready to change your processes so your efforts are productive." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Mark Pomerantz, followed by Jean McKnight, followed by Robert Beard.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Pomerantz, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Parents for Excellence in Public Schools. We urge you all to proceed cautiously in the pursuit of your primary goal of opening higher level courses to the underrepresented students. We must not forget that GATE, by whatever name you choose to call it, is a special education process for children with special needs. It should not be confused with extra vigorous workload or rigor. We don't agree with your plan to quickly abandon our old system of upper-level GATE and honors classes, since there does not seem to be evidence in your proposal that your stated goals will be achieved. We ask you to remember that this is an extraordinarily complex issue. It seems ill-advised to ignore your 2008 report that the district spent several months and tens of thousands of dollars putting together, looking at just these very questions. If you're going to simply dismiss the study, tell us why, and put that in your report. Many of us believe that you will not heed our calls for a go-slow approach and will instead proceed with this overhaul tonight. We spent a great deal of time and energy attempting to clarify and improve your proposal and have submitted these revisions for you to incorporate into your final plan. We feel that more should be done to identify the underrepresented gifted youth, but allowing all students to attend honor courses through open enrollment doesn't solve the problem. We believe that this proposal does nothing to differentiate between middle and high school
30
GATE
seconds.
programs. Although your plan may achieve your ends for high school students, it does not address middle school children's needs. And lastly, we agree with the board's decision to tighten and make consistent the GATE designation from all feeder schools. Overall, we share the same goals of improving identification of all gifted and talented students, and we want to provide them with the best possible education. We want to work alongside of you, alongside of the board and the district to pursue these ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pomerantz. Jean McKnight, followed by Robert Beard, followed by Marlene Minnis.
Hello, I'm Jean McKnight, and I'm actually here to support the board in their proposed changes. When I first heard the news, I was actually really excited because what I realized is that I've worked with English language learners my entire teaching career, and I have also worked with GATE students, and I've found that there are hundreds of children from second language families who are gifted and talented who might not feel that they could enter into the GATE program because they might have the perception that it's not a place where they belong. And I am also a parent of a GATE student, and for me, when I heard that this was going to be opened up to a much more diverse student body, I thought what a wonderful and rich experience that's going to be for him, and what a wonderful opportunity it's going to be for him to see different perspectives from different gifted and talented types of children. These children who will be coming in are not necessarily not gifted and talented, as was implied by the previous speaker. They are in fact gifted and talented students who have been excluded from the process because they might not be able to pass a test because perhaps they don't have the test-taking skills that students who were born here have. So I also wanted to apologize on behalf of GATE parents for any offense that may have been given at previous meetings by references to dumbing down the curriculum. I was extremely offended by that personally, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Robert Beard, followed by Marlene Minnis, followed by Denise Fellows.
My name is Robert Beard. I'm a mechanical ocean engineer at a high technology firm out in Goleta. And I have 4 children that have, 2 are in the GATE program here, and 2 have graduated and gone on to college. And unfortunately, the children not in the GATE program have had extreme difficulties in their pursuit of their academic career in college. They were very deficient in math and some other areas, and required 2 years of remedial efforts to come up to standards. And so our younger children in the GATE program, I feel it's imperative that those levels of education and rigor be maintained to be able to, for them to succeed, not to be disappointed when they get to higher institutions of learning. We can't afford it. I spoke with a number of the professors that I went to school with at these colleges, and the kids are not prepared. If they're not at the highest level of achievement, we cannot reduce the level of achievement in the schools, particularly the secondary learning. So I implore you to not reduce the standards in any manner. It just will really deteriorate our ability to hire kids, and especially in the high technology areas. which take this kind of rigor. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Marlene Minnis, followed by Denise Fellows, followed by Alejandra Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Marlene Menace. My daughter Sarah Menace is in the 8th grade at La Colina Junior High School. She was identified at Gated Vieja Valley. She has never, in all of her years, she's 14 years old, has studied, and she's been through all of the GATE programs. What I'm saying to you is your rigorous curriculum is not working for my daughter. You know, she goes up and down like the stock market. You know, if she feels like doing it, she fakes it and she makes it, but she has never been challenged to date. And so that's an issue that we do. There are changes that definitely need to be made. One of the issues that I have, though, is how this process has been going. In terms of, I was not notified ever by email, by snail mail, or by voice, by telephone on any of the meetings that we had at San Marcos, at Santa Barbara High. I think that this is wrong, and the process is what I'm having an issue with. Of course, everyone wants the best education for all of these children. This is why we're here, and this is why we're spending our time here. But don't rush it. Don't jam it down our throats and say, this is it. The proposed changes were supposed to be made, 3 weeks ago? Y'all were going to vote on it. You don't have a clear, until we have a clear-cut proposal that we know is going to work, let us have dialogue. Let us continue to go forward. We all want the best education for our children, but we the people, we the parents, want to be notified.
25 seconds.
It was because that we the people got the media involved is why you didn't vote on this last month. And so I implore you, let's do it right, and don't jam it down our throats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Minnis. Denise Fellows, followed by Alejandro Hernandez, followed by Miguel Hernandez.
Good evening, school board members and staff. Let me just say I'm a parent at Dos Pueblos, a volunteer leader on campus, and the parent of 2 GATE daughters. I participate regularly at Dos Pueblos, and one of our groups focuses on closing the achievement gap. And part of the issue is labels and identifying factors. And what we find is at the high school level, really the GATE label does preclude some students from being involved. I want to personally thank you, and contrary to the prior speaker, I think this issue has been examined over the years many times. I think it's time for action. You've looked closely at it, you've given it consideration, you've studied it, you've discussed it. You know that our students qualify for these classes. As the teachers have said, the students have been coming in anyway. And I say that we should allow the students that are qualified to be in the classes. I think you've set up clear parameters to be able to enter those courses. We only have 4 or 6 classes left at the high school level that are GATE anyway. I appreciate that we have different levels of college preparatory classes. Please remove the barriers for all of the students. We appreciate your desire for our students to grow and learn and grow into responsible adults. Please know I respect the hours that you spend as school board members volunteering your time on behalf of the children in our community. I would ask our community to treat these people with respect. I know that these meetings get very heated, but I
30
know
seconds.
that you really have our children's best interest at heart, and I want to thank you personally for taking the time to look at this so closely. And I would urge you to vote yes on this particular matter.
Thank you, Ms. Fellows. Alejandro Hernandez, followed by Miguel Hernandez, followed by Stephanie Renteria.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandra Hernández. Soy madre de 3 estudiantes y estoy aquí para apoyar la propuesta.
My name is Alejandra, and I have 3 students in the high school program. I'm here to support the new proposition.
Voy a compartir 2 experiencias y voy a tratar de ser breve. Hace 5 años, cuando mi hija estuvo en high school, pidió a su consejera que le diera la oportunidad.
5 years ago, my daughter asked the counselor to give her the opportunity to attend advanced classes.
Porque ella pensaba ir al colegio. La consejera le dijo que no, cuando termine la high school puedes ir al City College.
She wanted to take advanced classes because she wanted to go to college. The counselor said, no, you have to wait and finish high school, and then you go to Santa Barbara City College.
Entonces fui a la escuela y cambiamos de consejera.
After that, I went to the school and asked for a different counselor.
La consejera la puso en clases avanzadas.
The new counselor put her in new classes.
Mi hija hizo el IB y pudo estar en deportes que no fue fácil para ella.
My daughter did really well, and she went into sports too.
Cuando terminó la high school,
when she finished high school,
recibió conocimiento como joven líder número 1 del año en la comunidad.
When she finished high school, she received an award of #1 student of the year from the community.
Ahora está en su segundo año de colegio.
She's on her second year of college.
Y una experiencia con mi hijo. Cuando mi hijo estaba en 6th grade,
when my son was in 6th grade, this is a different experience.
Le pedí a la maestra que firmara un papel para que él pudiera estar en clases de gay.
I asked his teacher to sign a document or a paper so he could go to gay classes.
Y la maestra me dijo que no.
The teacher said no.
Entonces yo tuve que ir a ver a la coordinadora de gay.
So I had to go see the gay coordinator.
Entonces ella le mandó la hoja a la maestra para que la firmara.
And after that, she granted the request.
Mi hijo pudo estar en clases de gay.
Therefore, he was able to be in gay classes.
Ahora está en el 11º grado.
He's in 11th grade.
Yo estoy de acuerdo con la propuesta de la mesa directiva.
I agree with the new proposition.
Gracias, señor Hernández. Miguel Hernández, followed by Stephanie Renteria, followed by Amber Rockwood.
Hi, my name is Miguel Hernandez, and I am representing Future Leaders of America, an organization that helps students get into college. I am here to talk about supporting the proposal of restructuring the GATE program. By changing the name from GATE to Honors so that these rigorous classes are more accessible, it will allow more students of color to enter. I think it is important to make these classes more accessible to all students. By changing the name, it will help remove an unfair barrier and misunderstood label of what a high-achieving student is. I, being a Latino student in GATE, have been in classes where I am predominantly surrounded by white students. By restructuring the GATE program, more students of color and my friends will be motivated to enter these classes because they feel that they can achieve and succeed in high-level classes that will give them more opportunities to get into college. Thank you for the time to consider the proposal of restructuring the GATE program.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Stephanie Renteria, followed by Amber Rockwood, followed by Bruce Carter.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Renteria, and I'm a junior at Dos Pueblos High School. I feel that it would be great to change the name from GATE to Honors. Students now in GATE have the chance to prepare for future rigorous classes such as AP and IB, and as well as college courses. That opportunity should also be available for the high-achieving students who are not GATE identified. I personally was not GATE identified, and now I have an AP class. Although at first I wasn't prepared for my AP class, I'm now used to the amount of work. However, if I would have the chance to be in a GATE level class, I would have been more academically prepared. The proposed change will make high-level classes accessible to students like me so that they would be prepared and thrived. And referring back to one of the large groups that was here, a speaker, they said that sometimes if we would open the class and let other students join, it could lead to suicide, depression, stuff like that. And they have special needs, but when they grow up in college, there's not going to be classes like that. It's better for them to interact with other people, because also when they apply for jobs, it's not going to be special jobs for them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renteria. Amber Rockwood, followed by Bruce Carter, followed by Linda Guerenia.
Hi, my name is Amber Rockwood. I'm a senior at Santa Barbara High School and a member of the leadership team for Just Communities, CLI Can Do, a group of students dedicated to advancing social justice in our schools and communities. I've personally been a student in GATE classes since I was in the 3rd grade, and so I've experienced firsthand the high level of achievement that is both expected and accomplished in such classes. However, I've also experienced a low level of diversity within these classes and the divisive effect that they have on the student body as a result. It's so important that these high-level classes are made more accessible to students who've found themselves impeded by the current structure, and I believe that the restructuring of GATE and honors classes at the secondary level takes a step toward achieving this without compromising the quality of such classes. I also want to emphasize the value of a diverse learning environment to white students like myself. We students learn just as much, if not more, from our fellow students as we do from our teachers. While my education has been rigorous, I've missed out on so much of what my peers have had to offer because roadblocks within the current structure have kept us in separate classrooms. And while I'm leaving my high school this June with a high level of academic success, the cost for this has been feeling disconnected from a huge portion of my school's population. I view the school board's proposed plan as one step toward more diverse classrooms, and I, along with the rest of CLI Can Do, wholeheartedly support this change for the sake of all students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rockwood. Bruce Carter, followed by Linda Guarenia,
Hi, my name is
followed
Bruce.
by Lauren Mason, sorry.
That's okay. My name is Bruce Carter, and my son is currently a 7th grader, and he is taking GATE classes at La Colina. First of all, I want to thank you for taking the time to postpone the hearing earlier this month and putting a lot more effort into what was really a skeleton at the last hearing. My comments really are not so much directed between the differentiation between GATE and honors, as they're more directed at preserving the rigor that we have in helping our kids succeed. While it's true that in many school districts, learners of all abilities share the same classroom, the needs of those who possess some higher levels of ability, motivation, and talent do differ from those students in the same class. One way that the difference reveals itself is in what the varied pace of learning. Some of these kids have the cognitive ability to process the information more effectively and quicker than other students. It's simply a fact. If the new honors classroom is to provide the needs of the more advanced as well as the others, then I believe that the new honors curriculum must provide for the continuous progress that meets the students' needs and focuses on their areas of strength without sacrifice. Include appropriate and flexible grouping, provide significant interaction with their intellectual peers, include the students' interests and levels of knowledge and cognitive ability, and you've already included in your thing, be
30
differentiated.
seconds.
Be differentiated to meet the needs for their acceleration, complexity, and depth in the study of the curriculum. I also agree with the proposed amendments that were addressed earlier this morning by the parents of GATE students, and thank you for your support and opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Linda Guarenia, followed by Lauren Mason, followed by Paul Zink.
Good evening. For too many years now, I have seen highly qualified students come into my office who had felt discriminated against or passed on because they did not, no one had recommended them or advocated for them to get into these GATE classes. Yes, I have seen the pain in their eyes. This proposal is about equality and fairness. We need to bring down the barriers that have kept our underrepresented students out of GATE. And we know from all the evidence presented to you that there are students who qualified for advanced classes like GATE, but who do not get in because their parents don't know the system. Too many high-achieving students who could benefit never get in because no one has been there to advocate for them. If we say we want a fair and just Santa Barbara School District, please decide in favor of this proposal. Yo sé que sí se puede. I know you can and that you will do what is best for all of our kids, todos nuestros hijos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señora Guarenia. Lauren Mason, followed by Paul Zink, followed by Earl Minnis.
Tonight, the school district will eliminate the GATE program as they continue to raise money in support of its existence. For the past 2 months, the district has been conducting dog and pony shows trying to convince everyone that GATE is only a label and that instruction for GATE students will remain at the same level of challenge next year, but in honors classes. The district sent out pledge cards to GATE parents in February. In March, they sent home letters with students asking for volunteers for the GATE Phonathon. And they had a 3-day GATE Phonathon, March 15th through the 17th. The district, realizing that it had a problem, changed the name of the Phonathon to Advanced Learning Classes Phonathon as a last-minute cover-up. But Phonathon phone calls were only made to parents of GATE-qualified students, not honors parents, and not to the parents of children taking GATE classes but not identified as GATE qualified. And when GATE parents pledged donations during the Phonathon, they were sent a pledge card that said, "Yes, I agree with the quality of gifted and talented education program must be maintained. Enclosed my contribution. Please make check payable to secondary GATE." The district has stated that honors classes are taught at the same level as GATE classes and that the University of California schools do not recognize the label GATE, but do recognize honors. Also, they state that except for a couple of courses that meet the criteria, our district GATE
30
courses
seconds.
do not receive weighted grade extra credit on college applications. So if this is the case, what exactly is it the GATE parents and students receive for all their support and donations? Has the district perpetuated a fraud for all these years if GATE and honors courses are taught at the same level as honors? Or is GATE superior to honors and the district now is trying to deceive parents and students into believing that they are the same? What is the true answer? Has the district broken any laws by raising money for a program they intended to cancel? Has the district acted ethically? These are questions that will have to be answered by someone other than me, but I do know that this evening we will find out how much integrity there is in this school district.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Paul Zink, followed by Earl Minnis, followed by Michael Zonin.
Hello, my name is Paul Zink, and I'm a parent of 2 GATE kids, one in junior high and one in high school. And I want to say that I am putting forth my support in the GATE proposal that was put forth tonight. What I read in it is under the little note, there's going to be the GATE honor class, which I don't have a problem with. There is a fast-paced grade level class, there is a grade level class, and then there's intervention. Those are very important levels. What I didn't understand, which was explained tonight, and I hope the board asks more questions of Robin, is at what we call grade level, she said there are going to be opportunities for an additional time, perhaps a full year or 2 semesters to learn 1 semester's worth of work. If that's the case, that's below grade level. Grade level is grade level, advanced grade level or fast-paced grade level, and then there's the honors GATE group. So it's really clear that the intervention is really the intervention to help the kids that are not quite at grade level, need additional effort. You have the grade level block, and then you have kids that can maybe read it faster, who want to put forth a little bit of effort, but not enough to be, or not a lot, to be in the GATE program or the honors program, whatever it's called. So that's what the middle group is for. And my whole perspective in all of this was to make sure that there's a middle group for the kids that are not going to put forth 100% of effort to be in the highest group, but are smarter or have more academic ability than just the average students. The last thing I want to close with, inside the agenda there was this brief, and it's called The Elimination of Curriculum Stratification. And that's the biggest fear here of all, is that we're going to lump all the kids into one group and just call it 8th grade English or 7th grade English, and that's not what we want. So then why was it included? I don't understand that part. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zink. Earl Minnis, followed by Michael Zonin, followed by Tiffany Doré.
Well, gang, here we are 3 weeks since the last meeting. You've made some sort of new proposal with no public question and answer or discussion meetings. Ms. Sawaski has told the news press that an open enrollment is more or less what you'll be heading for in the near future. I don't believe that is what is in your unclear outline of what you wish to change. I have challenged Supervisor Sarvis, Robin Sawaski, or Ms. Cadero to an open and public debate on these changes to be officiated by one of our local high school debate teams at my expense. Not even any correspondence from any of you except Mr. Sarvis on my original challenge, and that was declining my offer. When people don't want an open and public debate on an issue, it is time for the public to start asking why. The whole process of yours is run in the shadows. You sit there and listen to people, but you answer no questions. I suggest again, as I have been for the past 4 weeks or so, now that you put this vote off until your plan has been formalized and put out there for the public to examine and question about it, to be answered in an honest and forthright public forum, which has yet to happen. This is not how we do things in America. I personally funded the science lab at Vieja Valley.
30 seconds.
And these type of donations are not coming from GATE parents any longer. It's not going to happen if this is what you're going to propose. It's quite frustrating for me to spend my time and energy in an attempt to make you guys do your jobs in an open and honest manner when you are working for me and the rest of our community. I don't think you get that you do work for us. We can't even trust you guys with the form.
Thank you,
It
Mr.
says
Minnis.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Minnis. Michael
I
Zonin.
would like to respond to that. I would like to respond to that last comment, because if you look at the form, it does say the board president shall determine the amount of time. The board president shall determine the amount of time that may be allotted to any speaker, guided by the number of speakers and consideration for conducting the regular meeting agenda. So if you're going to use the form, use the whole form. Read the whole form, sir.
Can we move on, please? Michael Zonin, followed by Tiffany Dore, followed by Mark Flores. Is Mike Zonin not here? Okay. Tiffany Dore, followed by Mark Flores.
Hi, thank you for your
It
time.
doesn't look like, I'm sorry.
Mike Zarate.
Is it?
That-
I'm sorry,
that
Mr.
gentleman with the
Zarate, is that yours?
with the unshaven mustache, the untrimmed mustache.
Is that you? I'm sorry. Okay.
Bad job.
Sorry?
Terrible penmanship. Hi, I'm Mike Zarate. I'm a parent of 2 GATE students at juniors at Santa Barbara High School. Back in May of 2005, we were here before. Deja vu, guys. The junior high principals tried to get rid of the GATE program and merge it with honors. The board decided not to, and then, in fact, the administration went out to Cold Spring School and Montecito Union School and told them, oh no, we will not get rid of GATE. You know, well, now they're breaking their promise on that. Also in the fall of 2009, Santa Barbara High School canceled its only AP US History class. Now, is this the way you handle your motivated children? Now, they did reinstate it after 2 weeks. They lost students. They had tremendous scheduling changes and problems. I also, for the public, I don't think the board does listen to you. When they got rid of ROTC at Santa Barbara High School, they let Chief Sanchez speak for 15 minutes, and he told them that ROTC in high school made him the man he is today, and that getting rid of ROTC was going to make his job harder. Now, what is our juvenile problem in Santa Barbara since they got rid of the ROTC? ROTC would have helped, I think, if we would have kept it. What can we do? There's 2 things you can do right now as the public.
30 seconds.
Number 1, recall the trustees that you are not in favor of. Start that process. And number 2 you can do right now is don't send your children to this school district. The 7th and 8th grade kids that are bright, send them somewhere else. Long term, separate this board. You got to have 2 school boards, one for the elementary district, one for the secondary district. Someone has to care about the secondary kids. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Zarate.
And Goleta needs.
Tiffany Dore. Thank you, Mr. Zarate. Tiffany Dore, followed by Mark Flores, followed by Catherine Oliverio.
Hi, good evening. I'm a mother of 3 daughters. My oldest is in GATE, was identified in 2nd grade. My other 2 have my youngest just currently tested into GATE, and we're waiting to see if she's passed. Our middle one has not made it, although her STAR testing, she's, for the past 3 years consecutively, has only missed one. But as a parent with these children that are incredibly bright, there is a big difference in the way my oldest child, who is in GATE, the way she thinks and operates, versus my other two that are just as smart. I don't want to see these children that need help in getting a really strong education fall through the gaps, just like we don't want to see the other children fall through the gaps. But people test into things, and when you test into it, it's a fair test. Everybody takes a test. If you test into it, it means that you think differently, you operate differently. And the current proposal isn't making a lot of people happy. You're taking really giant steps. And you need to slow down, take baby steps, look at the amendments. If you don't agree with all of it, let's fine tune it. Let's work together. Don't act so hastily. It's happening way too fast. Don't let every child
30
fall
seconds.
behind. Please protect every child. Don't look at the minorities. By the way, my children are half Mexican because of me. I want everybody to have a fair chance. My daughter who's in GATE deserves to be in GATE. My children that are really smart deserve to be in honors, but there's a difference between the two. Please take another look at the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dore. Mark Flores, followed by Catherine Oliverio, followed by Karen Slatnik Lastrico. Mark Flores? Is Mark Flores here? No. Catherine Oliverio?
Yes.
Okay. Followed by Karen Slatnik Lastrico, followed by Stephen Bird.
Distinguished board members, Superintendent Brian Sarvis, and Assistant Superintendent Robin Sawaski. My name is Catherine Oliverio, and I have experience as a special educator and am presently a parent of a child at Goleta Valley Junior High, a phenomenal school. First of all, I would like to applaud you and the administration of this district for being so bold as to improve the education of all students in the secondary district. I do believe that this is your intention. I especially applaud you, Dr. Sarvis, and Robin Sawaski, who has demonstrated an openness to hearing from and responding to all parents on this issue, even when it has been difficult. This GATE honor situation is not easily resolved. Heightened emotions exist where there is fear. Some parents are afraid that their children will lose the quality education they have been receiving. Others are afraid their children will continue to be denied special programs they feel their children should have access to. The principals fear that parents don't believe in the proposal they support. The teachers may fear that parents don't believe that they are capable of differentiated instruction. You may fear that all of this is a reaction to dissatisfaction with your stewardship, or that the district is failing the needs of underrepresented students. Clearly, there are a lot of fears and concerns. Let's put aside our emotions and look at the situation logically. The school district wants to improve access to presently named GATE programs. The district also seeks to align its programs with the
30
majority
seconds.
of the state. I will skip and say that I do believe that the highest ability students in junior high and high school need to be served in a special way. I think there needs to be the utilization of a language-free ability test, such as the Nalieri Nonverbal Intelligence Test, to identify underrepresented students who tend to score lower on the cognitive abilities test. I do believe, as Dr. Noel has stated in his summary of the research regarding differentiated instruction, that it does not do what it promises. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Oliverio.
I urge everyone
If
to
you
look
would
at
like to,
his-
if you would like to submit that in writing, you may.
I would like to, thank you.
Okay. Karen Slatnik Lastrico, followed by Stephen Bird. I'm sorry, followed by Sandy Seal.
All right, we can agree that there is a continuum of cognitive abilities or natural differences in processing and retention, lifted from here. On the low end of this continuum are special needs students who are served by the special ed department. On the upper end of this continuum are other special needs students. These special needs have been well documented, and research indicates that these high cognitive functioning students thrive when clustered together with a curriculum that fits their modes of processing and retention. We can also agree that all students should have access to the best curriculum and teaching. However, the problem with open access to one high-level curriculum for all learners is that not all learners come prepared to learn in class for various reasons, as described on page 23 of Universal Access to a Quality Education, which was on your website. And I quote, parental education, neighborhood safety, family income, access to health care, preschool opportunities, and even parenting styles are some of the factors that affect student achievement. This is in addition to the effects of learning disabilities and/or high cognitive abilities. You can demonstrate that developing the potential of every student is important in this district, including those special needs students at the top of the cognitive ability spectrum, by having rigorous honors offerings on all secondary campuses to meet the needs of college-bound, average ability but high-achieving students who are willing to work hard, preparing students and educating families for this level of rigor beginning at the elementary level, testing the cognitive ability of all students unless parents opt out, offer tests in the student's native language if necessary, and then provide support
30
services
seconds.
so that students will be successful in the GATE class. And I would also say maintaining GATE-only classes where there is no IB, AP, or dual enrollment options available at campuses that have a large enough population to support those classes. If they don't have a population to support it, like at La Cumbre, call it honors, because that's what it is. Parents deserve to have that transparency. All kids deserve to reach their own highest potential regardless of factors beyond their control, such as socioeconomic status, race, learning disability, or even high cognitive functioning. When we value the potential of all learners and allow them to reach that potential, whatever that may be, that is when we will truly have an equal and just school community.
Thank you, Ms. Latnick. Lustig. Stephen Bird, followed by Sandy Seal.
Yes, my name is Stephen Bird, a 45-year resident of the Santa Barbara area and a fifth-generation Californian. The local print media has touted over and over and over again, many parents furious over the GATE proposal. Well, I'm redundantly furious at those parents and at the local print media. I submitted a letter to the news press toward the beginning of this month, criticizing the group speak that the news press was trying to put out about this subject, and they wouldn't even publish it. Oh well, so much, it's been known for a long time as the news suppress, and they actively manage. They try to create an image that everybody thinks one way in this groupthink, and it's not that way at all. I'm so furious about this in so many ways, I can't even begin to tell you about it in 2 minutes. Suffice it to say that access to equal educational opportunity under the aegis of equal protection under the law is not optional, and it's not discretionary. It is mandated as a supreme law of the land under the Constitution of the United States of America. These Brown versus the Board of Education, May 17th, 1954, found that separate educational facilities were inherently unequal and ostensibly separate schools as well as separate rooms. These parents encourage school officials
30 seconds.
These parents encourage school officials to flout the law and to flout our allegiance to the United States Constitution. This is not Mississippi 1951, and most to the point, it is not Little Rock, Arkansas 1957. This is supposed to be Santa Barbara, California, USA in the 21st century. Where is your allegiance? Where is the allegiance of these parents to the Constitution of the United States of America? I don't have near enough time to get into the rest of this, but I'll leave it off with you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Sandy Seal.
Hi, so I'm last, huh? Okay. You all know me, so I want to stress that tonight I'm here as a parent and speaking only for myself. I'm grateful that we have the GATE program. It has been a wonderful boon to my family, and for better for worse, it's really nice that all these resources are going into it right now at a time when the budget issue is enormous. So I want to say that every principal, every teacher in the junior high will tell you that those classes are already quite diverse in terms of the abilities and the range of the students that are in them. The reason is that there is not equal access. There's a strange patchwork of ways to get into those classes. So I applaud you for anything you can do to regularize that and open up the access to more people. That is the right direction to go in and the right time to do it. I also want to say, for people who worry about diluted standards, we have other programs of academic enrichment that are available to all of the secondary students. For example, the AP classes, anyone can sign up and register for an AP class. It is taught from the registered AP curriculum. It is not altered depending on who's in the classroom. We have concurrent enrollment at City College. Any student can take a City College class here. It's a wonderful thing. City College professors do not alter their teaching because there's a high school student in the room. They teach to the appropriate level. I think that the GATE/honors program can go with that same model. Now, there's a lot of anxiety over the GATE level. I think you're
30
picking it
seconds.
up. So anything you can do to remove that anxiety from the parents in town, I think will be wonderful by making the access more available. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seal. That concludes public comment.
We're scheduled for a break in 10 minutes. Rather than the board start now and go for another 2 hours, let's take a break now for 10 minutes, and we'll come back at 9 o'clock.
From a student whose speaker card was lost. What?
It's probably rather grateful, you know, they don't actually, they're doing it because it's the right thing to do.
We'll come back to order. Oh. Okay. A student who didn't get to speak. Before I take it to the board, Dr. Sarvis or Dr. Sawaski, do you have any comments you want to make, or?
Oh, well, I made lots of notes. I'm in anticipation that I will probably be asked some questions. One thing I wanted to note, though, that is we are, by eliminating the name, or I won't even use the word eliminate, by changing the name of the GATE course to honors, which is the proposal, it absolutely is not eliminating the GATE program. Our GATE program is guided by our plan that we submit to the state. We do receive funding. It's meager at this point. It has been reduced, but we do follow the guidelines in that plan, which is offering courses. And I did give you some information in the last the agenda item that talks about the law that governs that, the Ed Code that governs the GATE programs. And it does actually state, you know, the numbers representing the diverse population. So I don't want anyone to think that the GATE program is being, you know, eliminated. It's absolutely not. And the fundraiser part, the title changing to advanced learners was a decision made. I happened to be there at the discussion with our secondary GATE district advisory committee, made up of parents and teachers, that they wanted to change that because they said already it represents, there are many advanced learners in those courses, and the monies that are raised by that parent group, which are very important to those advanced learning courses, the teachers use them for lots of opportunities in there, in the classes, and they also use it for additional professional development. Those monies are important to the program, and it's for the GATE students as well as advanced learners. But that's been the way it's been for many years as far as that fundraising. So we had a discussion about that title. The money does have to go to the GATE, the checks or whatever go to that GATE committee or the GATE program, because it is a GATE program, will remain a GATE program. So that's one comment that I wanted to make sure. I'm sure there'll be others.
Okay. If anyone is interested in that GATE submission to the state for approval, it is extremely lengthy, detailed, small print, and it covers a tremendous amount of information. So anybody who's deeply interested, wants to take the time to read that, it is beneficial. I found that in my research. Yeah, and it's on the website. Okay, it's to the board.
Pardon me?
Do you want to start?
Not particularly want to
Oh,
start, but
okay.
hey, I don't care. I have things like a multi-tiered set of questions, shall we say, some of which are just things I just don't understand.
And you have 2 minutes?
Huh?
Oh,
I
no.
have 2 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
Per question, no. Well, may I just go through little things?
Go through anything.
Okay. Let us go, paragraph A, under A, GATE honors course label. The last sentence says advanced placement, international. It says the district will also offer accelerated coursework through advanced placement, international baccalaureate, and dual enrollment college courses. The district does not offer international baccalaureate. It's only offered at one high school. So I simply crossed out international baccalaureate there and put a little sentence at the end that says Dos Pueblos High School will continue to offer international baccalaureate courses. And I make that point because Dos Pueblos High School provides a great many more high-level course options than the other schools do, and I have that in a handout that went out with the board. But I don't want to debate, I just want to talk about corrections. It's very confusing in G, under contracts and level of support, because it refers to the pyramid of interventions. And this relates back to the question of the distinction in the so-called college prep course or level between a fast pace and a grade level pace. And one of the speakers drew attention to this. My understanding, and it also relates in part to this article here about universal access. The California frameworks describe universal access policy in some considerable detail, and they make a distinction between 3 levels. Benchmark level, which is what we think of as normal grade level, and those classes are supposed to be differentiated for 5 different categories of learners, one of which is advanced learners. Then the next level down is strategic intervention, and strategic intervention is where the student takes the benchmark class and in addition takes a second class. That sounds to me like what you're calling track 2 or tier 2 of college prep. Okay? So that's called a strategic intervention. And the third part of the tier is intensive intervention, which is for a relatively few students. Many of them are special ed students who don't even take regular classes but get intensive classes to try to bring them up to the level of strategic intervention. I say all this because none of this seems to apply to honor students. This is for grade level students. The honor students, if they're in those classes, are supposed to receive differentiated instruction. And I have a proposal to make in this regard, which I'll just say it right now. I think that there needs to be something other than strategic intervention for honor students who are having trouble. Okay? Strategic intervention is for grade level students who are having trouble. And it just occurred to me while sitting here and not paying attention to one speaker earlier on, that something like parallel AVID courses might be something worthwhile. And I was intrigued because San Diego has a very extensive, did you look that up? Very extensive description of their GATE program. And the thing that intrigued me is that they have a course called At-Risk GATE. I thought, what's that? Well, when you read more carefully, it's for students who are having trouble in GATE. They don't unidentify someone who's in GATE because they're getting low grades. They leave them in GATE, but they help them. And I'm trying to think, if we have, it would, I think, allay a lot of concerns if we had a parallel structure or system for kids who are in there, who are having trouble, to go for help, get some support. And I don't mean just, go to the teacher after class, but something that is fairly systematic. And then it occurred to me, why not AVID, a special AVID, an honors AVID, to help these kids? I'll stop for now, because I do have a lot of other things. But
Would you like me to address the pyramid just a slight bit, your question about that? Because that is, the pyramid you speak about does have, it looks this way. And
Yeah, pyramids usually.
Right, and the tier one down here. Well, you were going, you said, I think you said down or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry, I inverted the pyramid.
Anyway, there are smaller, up at the top. But within that tier one, we have a lot of interventions that already happen. And in our junior highs in particular, I know Santa Barbara Junior High has talked about their mandatorial, where the students who are not caught up with their work are mandated to go to a tutorial that happens right before lunch. And there are GATE students who appear regularly in those courses, and I believe that's the case at other junior highs. So that falls within the pyramid of interventions. This is, I don't know if you're going to find this similar or not, but when we have our mission statement up here and we've talked about how our special ed students are a part of that, they don't necessarily need a separate mission statement for them, because we're talking all students. Our pyramid of interventions actually at our schools addresses the needs of all students. So maybe within that there might be offshoots of a tutorial for those GATE or honors students that are separate, because those courses are different, but we address that in the school-wide pyramid of interventions. And those are in place. And with this proposal, again, the spotlight's on this program, so I can see that will be developed even more fully.
I am going to ask at this time if any of you have questions of our principals. They are here. But if there are no questions of them, or if they have anything they'd like to add at this point, since they've heard all the public discussion, if there's any comments they have, I think if we have no questions, do we have any questions of them? Yeah. Dr. Noel?
Okay. Number B, Baker 1. Okay. And the second bullet point and the fourth bullet point refer to benchmark or diagnostic assessments, and those are still not clear to me. Are they the same?
This to the principals or to Dr.?
This to.
I've asked. My question was, do you have any questions of the principals? No. If you have no comments, stay for as long as you want. Okay, back to Dr. Noel.
So, in answer to your question, the district course, honors course teacher recommendation form is a form that looks slightly different at the different schools, but it has each teacher that has, for instance, our 6th grade teachers incoming, get a form that has every student's name that's in their class on there, and then on that form it would list the CST score, it would list if they're GATE identified. It also lists benchmark assessment data that's at the ones that are tied to the instructional materials that we use, and then other important types of assessment
my
data.
question, Ms. Sawatsky, I don't need all
Okay.
that. My question is simply, are the benchmark assessments referred to in that bullet point the same as the diagnostic placement assessments referred to in the fourth bullet point?
No, it's the diagnostic placement is the one coming in. In math, it's it's not tied to the instructional materials, it's
So
just standards.
this is for 7th graders?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, that clears that up. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Parker?
2 quick questions. One, on F2, the program evaluation will be completed through an outside agency. My question on that is, how will that be paid for?
Well, what we're hoping to do is we're working with someone locally or a group locally that I should say it's UCSB. We have been working with them. We have a meeting after spring break to talk about surveys for schools, also work evaluation parts of our special education program, and we want to include this. So we would pay for this through our funding,
But
But-
I guess what I'm going to get to, is it general fund or is there categorical
No,
funds
we'll
that
have to
can-
do categorical. We would not
So there
hit-
would be categorical
yes.
available for it, because that to me would be
Exactly.
really critical, that we're
It
not
would
doing
be.
anything, given our budget cut situation, that
No,
would touch the
no.
general fund in terms
And-
of evaluation.
Right. The GATE proposal does not cost anything additionally to the
To the general
general
fund.
fund, because we have to support that through, we would use probably our GATE plan funding money. And the reason I bring up that we're trying to wrap it around with other surveys and evaluations we're doing is that it's at a very good price, and we would, it wouldn't be expensive.
Okay.
But it would be brought back to the board.
Okay. My other quick question is on the developing the course descriptions in section C. We are in this constant push-pull with teachers in the classroom, teachers out of the classroom, and my concern here is when you say that there have been a couple of days identified where teachers would leave would be working for a half a day.
Mhm.
Is that on the weekend? Is it outside of classroom hours, or is that during classroom hours?
It's actually toward the end of May,
Uh-huh.
after STAR test, right toward the end of the year. It would be a half day. We'd share subs. So, English teachers would go in the morning, for instance. They'd come back. Math teachers would go in the afternoon, and the sub would,
Okay.
we would exchange.
Mr. Herron, with your permission, I'd like to just go run through and say where I like things and would like to see some changes.
Can I ask one question first? I'm just curious. Have you read the amendments that have been presented?
Yes, absolutely. I met with some of the people for quite a while, and we've talked about this.
But I guess my second question is, are there any that you just blatantly want to disregard, or are there any you say, hey, these are great? Do you have any comments on any of the changes?
I really think the board should voice that and look at that. I mean, there are things that as far as the evaluation piece, I think there are many pieces in there that we need to look at. I purposely didn't include all of the parts of the evaluation that we want to look at, and that again will be brought back to the board. There are parts, like I said, I've talked to this people from this group. So I think this is really up to the board to look at. I sent my proposal, so I'm not trying to avoid this, but
Do we interpret your remarks as meaning then that you reject their suggestions, but we may override that?
I'm
Because your
saying-
proposal does not include them. Is
No,
that correct?
well, some of them are very close. In fact, we agree on a lot of things. I think that maybe every board member, for instance, has an idea about should we add A, B, or C to the 8th through 12th grade? I don't have a strong objection to that at all.
My question would be, because you're the professional,
Mhm.
is that what would your recommendation be? So I will be asking that as we go through
Going
these.
through each one of these?
I don't know, I'll just be asking that question because you're far more knowledgeable on this than I am. So,
Okay.
and so are my fellow director, or trustees are much more on this too. So Kate, Mrs. Parker, let's go through it like you
All
indicated.
right. I just want to say I've so appreciated the public input. It's been fantastic hearing from people on all sides of the issue, and I've also really appreciated talking to teachers in great detail about this, particularly junior high teachers, where I think there have been more concerns than at the high school level. And so largely based on those conversations and thinking about it over time, in the number 1 section for A1 for entering 7th grade, I essentially have no problem with what Ms. Sawaski has put forth in this proposal, except for having spoken to teachers about the actual tests that are used. I think that 4th bullet on the score equivalent needs to be changed to appropriate score on a diagnostic placement assessment, because the tests actually vary. For number 2, students must meet one of the following access guidelines for 8th through 12th grade honors. I think the parents have made a great point about grade inflation. C is definitely a passing grade, and so I think a grade of C or above in a prerequisite honors course is appropriate, or an A in a prerequisite college prep class. And I say that knowing that the second bullet is or teacher recommendation, simply because a student with a lower grade in a college prep class may be very appropriate, but then there needs to be a conversation about whether it's appropriate or not. Then a lot of teachers were very supportive of the professional development plan. I had comments saying on both sides, you know, please keep us in the classroom and don't pull us out, and make it, you know, outside of the regular school day, because we need to be with our students. And then I had the other side, which was we want to make sure that teachers have this training, and so sometimes it needs to be during contractual hours. And so I would hope for balance in that, especially if you're saying, which you did say, which is that teachers will be placed in those courses because they have sought out training, because they want to be there, then I don't think it'll be an issue. They'll seek out the training after hours, weekends, and during the summer, and then we won't need to worry about this. But I do think that needs to be monitored to be sure that those teachers have been trained. You've reassured me in item F about the costs, so I think it's a great idea to have a program evaluation as long as it's not hitting the general fund. For item G, for the student contract, I want to say a C or lower grade in any honors level course will trigger a conference with a student. And then simply eliminate the last sentence, which is, although each student's situation may be unique and individual, needs will be addressed. I think that that is going to be sort of naturally taken care of in the process without us having to say anything, because up here it says the grade is C or above in the prerequisite honors class, so that feels redundant to me. I think items H and I look great. It was fascinating to read this universal access to a quality education. And also to see some of the supplemental material that we received. And I don't know if that second Tom Lawless research article has been put on the web or is available here, but I think it would be great to attach it to this item since board members had a chance to see that. I don't think this district is ready for complete detracking. And I think it'd be interesting to do research on that in the future. And I did hear some parents saying, slow down, do more research. The problem with more research is that there isn't a lot that surrounds what our district is doing, because hardly any other district is out there doing it. And so research is out there about, do you have honors classes at all, or do you not have honors classes? But there isn't a lot out there in terms of how do you stratify. And do you do it just, do you tweak it this way? Do you put this student in this class? It's so unusual that even if we were to slow down, there's not a lot to look at. What there is a lot to look at is general tracking versus detracking. So I feel very comfortable in going ahead and moving forward with this proposal tonight.
Mrs. Deacon?
Just to follow up on that point about research, there's obviously two camps of research here, and depending on which camp you read, you may draw different conclusions, but I agree with Mrs. Parker. I don't think we're ready for open access. I don't know if we ever will be ready for open access, because the article by Professor Lovelace, who we received online, and I don't know if the parents have seen that one yet or not, really makes a strong case for the stratification, particularly in math classes, and I think that's working, and we don't want to break that part about it. So I am glad we took the extra time to refine this proposal. I really appreciated the dialogue we had with members of the community and their input on this proposal. And I just want to remind everybody that I think the plan is really grounded in an effort to honestly have practice reflect reality. And we didn't hear people really complaining about our GATE program until we started doing this, but in fact there are a number of non-GATE students, non-GATE identified students in these classes who are doing very well. And we just want to make sure that all students for whom barriers might exist have that access. So we have a lot of work to do on other fronts. That's absolutely true. We need to be really proactive in our search for high achievers who don't come through the usual channels. And what I really feel strongly about is we need an institutionalized mechanism where all teachers, all counselors, all principals evaluate students to ensure the best placement, and the professional development piece needs to address this. And we've heard, I know we hear that principals work really hard to place students, but obviously we hear anecdotally that there are a number of students who are falling through the cracks. And so our district as a whole really needs to take this proactive stance and become advocates for these students for whom they may not have advocates necessarily. So that's really important to me, and I want to make sure that everyone understands that this proposal is just one leg on a three-legged stool, or however you want to look at it, but it's just one prong in this approach. I had a couple of quick questions, and then I will address some of the comments that Mrs. Parker had too. There have been people who've said that this is really ultimately a financial decision, or it's motivated by an effort to save money. I know that doesn't motivate me, but I'm hoping you might be able to address that for the public.
No, it doesn't. It's not motivated by money at all. We have, gate identified students in classes. We have non-gate identified students in classes. We have a staffing ratio, and we're going to put teachers in classes to fit, the number of students we have, whether they're labeled honors or any of the other labels. We have additional funding, categorical funding, that can lower the class size in some of the intervention courses. But the classes we're talking about, they're, regular level and above, and those are at the regular ratio. So that does not cost anything. The GATE grant gives us a little bit of extra money to provide extra things for the honors level, advanced learner classes. Again, we raise money. And then now our Title II professional development targeted funding, a large portion of that's going to go to support this program. That's money that can only go for that. So there is absolutely there's no issues. Yeah, no motivation. It doesn't really come into play at all.
By the way, I used to be on the phone calling end of those GATE telethons, so I know what those are all about. I guess I'd just like to turn to some of the proposals that came to us. I also agree that an A, B, or C in a prerequisite honors course makes absolute sense. I mean, the bell-shaped curve is out there in all classes, and I don't want to see grade inflation. I don't think our teachers do at all, and I agree with Mrs. Parker, the grade of an A in a prerequisite fast-paced grade level course, or the teacher recommendation piece, so I'm fine with those. I'm also fine with 4 days of GATE training during contractual hours, and I believe that teachers really benefit for being released for professional development sometimes during the school year, because they come back energized and with really great ideas that they can implement right away. So I don't want to just park that professional development in the summer. I want to see it integrated into the school year. And I know we don't always like to have substitutes, but I think our great GATE teachers know how to prepare for a substitute and provide meaningful experiences for the students while the teachers are out getting invigorated and excited about new strategies to bring back into the classroom. Regarding the evaluation, I did also have multiple questions about that, and also there's multiple pieces in here that are essential that were submitted to us in this proposal, including, most importantly, determining the effects that this change is going to have on our socioeconomically disadvantaged enrollments or our Latino enrollments. I mean, we need to know if it's working, and so we need to look at that. I would like to see these kinds of ideas come back to the board separately as part of the proposal for the program evaluation. And I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Mrs. Cordero?
Okay, well, some of my questions and concerns have already been raised. I had one question about the change that was proposed from the Parents for Excellence in Public Schools regarding changing the wording to say that the students must meet, in B1, that students must meet Santa Barbara School District GATE identification criteria. And I guess my question is, that has been an issue that we've discussed and debated for a long time, and we know that many of our feeder districts identify a much larger percentage of their student population than experts would agree is what we would expect to find
in the population. But I'm wondering how, in the past, we have not done that. And what would be the argument for not doing it?
For not,
For not saying that students have to meet the Santa Barbara School District gate identification criteria?
well, the districts will tell you, the superintendents will tell you that, you know, by the state's guidelines, every district can decide what the criteria is to be gate identified. There's also an ed code that speaks to the fact that they don't use the word de-gate, but that gate identification doesn't go away. You do, as a district, have the right to not have courses or not have kids go in those courses if they're not prepared for them. So there is some language around that. I mean, the truth of the matter is, if we have worked with those districts, they're getting very close to what our alignment is. In fact, with one of them, we even worked on a timeline where we know that this year we'll take this group of kids, and it's kind of over, I think we've got, 2 more years until we would be saying, at this point, your students are not going to be able to be considered gate identified in our district in the sense that they'd be able to go right into these courses. Of course, this is changing some of that, but they still wouldn't use that as an identification piece to get in, our criteria. I guess we don't want to have any students feel like they come to our district and all of a sudden they're not gate. They were gate last year, but now they're not. I mean, that doesn't feel good to a 12-year-old, 13-year-old. So as much as we want the criteria to be equal to ours, we can't really make other districts do that. It's up to the board if you want to put that in there.
Can I ask a question on that?
Certainly.
Isn't the plan we currently have from the '08 study changed again in early '09 and changed again in, changed in end of '08 and again '09? Isn't that our Santa Barbara School District criteria?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so doesn't this statement reflect that process?
No, what it's saying is that our criteria has been adjusted based on that report and that group of people that met.
Right.
Yes, the way we identify, and we're getting in line with our elementary. This says that under 1, just straight gate identification means that you can come in from any district and your gate identification from any one of them will count. This changes it that the only one that will count is if it's exactly our gate identification.
But our gate identification has a built-in allowance for, as you said, most students right now, but it gets less more stringent as the years go by.
No,
No?
it's
Okay.
the strict identification. And students right now that come in from 6th to 7th grade, if you're identified in your feeder district, you have that identification coming in. There's no questions asked if it's a similar type of assessment.
The other comment that I had was that there were other things that, as I said, already were addressed. But I did have a comment regarding the monitoring and program evaluation. And I like some of the areas that the group suggested we should look at, because I think that's good information to have. I'm a little concerned about what we plan to do with the evaluation, because, for example, the one that says the evaluation shall include explicit measures of the effects of program changes on socioeconomically disadvantaged enrollments and on Latino enrollments. I think that's great information to have, but if we don't see that change immediately, I would not like to see that as used as a reason to rescind this change, since we've had 30 years of the current program and we haven't seen that change. So it seems silly to go back to it in just a year or two because we didn't see that change under this, proposal.
Right, as we've spoken about, we don't expect a big change, if anything, in this first year, because we're already in the process of students selecting courses and being placed in there. And we need a lot of work to do in our elementary schools until those students are prepared and ready for that. So we would certainly put that as part of an ongoing evaluation, and that's part of your board focus goals. You're going to be looking at that anyway. This first evaluation, this first year, I think we'll be looking at how appropriate is that placement. How are those guidelines helping us that we put in place, those access guidelines? Are we actually getting the students in there? And are they performing? Is the rigor, that kind of thing?
Because what I would like to see is that the evaluation helps us continue to improve it, not to rescind what we've done.
The purpose of the evaluation, in my opinion, is to continue to make sure that we're on the right track, to be able to mark it along the way. I mean, it's not just going to be one report at the end. I want to have monitoring along the way. So that will be part of the proposal. And it is to help us refine it, to make it better, to get to where we want to go, as well as doing, an evaluation of how successful we are.
And then I just have one other comment, just in my support for this proposal, and I certainly am ready to vote on it tonight. I think I understand that some people feel that this is rush, but for people who have been living in this community for a long time and haven't been benefiting from this program, really, we're talking about more than 25 years, and that's, for a lot of us, I have been before the board 25 years ago or more, asking for these kinds of changes. This has not been a rush. This has been a very, very, very long time coming. So I realize that for some people who haven't been through all of that, it may feel a little more quick, but truthfully, in our district, this has been a very long and arduous process. And after, 25 years, I'm truly, I truly feel like this is one of the most major steps we've made to address this issue. And I feel like we absolutely need to do it. We owe it, as many people said, we're supposed to be representing all the students. For many years, we have been somewhat negligent of many of the students in our district. And I feel like this is a chance to rectify that. And I'm actually quite excited about being able to do that. So.
Well, I don't have that luxury of the history. This has been a 6-week process for me, as I think it's been for a lot of people. And, I'd be the first one to try to delay it sometime, just for more study and more, for my personal benefit. If nothing's going to happen in the next year, I mean, I've heard you say nothing's going to change, and almost nothing.
Well,
as far as meeting the goal of the barrier that, 6 weeks ago there was a barrier called GATE. So you identified a barrier. And now in 6 weeks we've totally changed the program because one word was a barrier.
I think that's part of the misunderstanding, and I apologize if it's not clear. We're not completely changing the program. Who are in those classes right now are probably going to be those same students that are, and they're doing well. I would love it if we were able to have more underrepresented students in those classes next year. No one's going to go in there that's not qualified to be in there, and we hope there will be.
But what are we doing? I mean, I think Dr. Hayden also told me that he doesn't foresee a huge change in the next year. And what are we doing? What should we have been doing to get rid of that barrier, just by talking to counselors, talking to principals, talking to teachers, getting recommendations, moving forward?
All of that does go on. And, well, I think what are we doing? We're doing a huge, tremendous push in the elementary district. You're starting to see some of the scores go up and you know, it's not as high as we need it, but it's moving. But as far as getting kids into those courses, when you have a group of kids coming in, say in 7th grade, and you have classes of 30, let's just make an even number, 30, and you have 3 honors courses available, and you have 87 students that are identified GATE coming in, you've only got 3 spots left or a little bit more for any of those other students who aren't identified. That happens in our schools, at least 2 I know of this year that I couldn't even get a incoming GATE student to our district could not get into one of those courses. So there's no way some of the other students were in those because we couldn't open more classes. They were labeled GATE. And they had to have a significant number of GATE-identified students in there. So that's going to change. That alone will change. But as far as counselors working
But
with...
if we pass this tonight, will that change for this next school year? Or?
Oh, go ahead.
I need to address that as well. If you do pass this tonight, early in April, we will go out to each of the secondary staffs. We will explain this. You know, the fact that there's been so much back and forth and that lends itself to confusion among particularly our counselors who haven't followed it in detail. They don't quite know what this is. They can get the paper on it, but what this means for them procedurally, what this means for them in terms of who qualifies, how students qualify, is very important, and that's the very first thing that we will do. And we'll particularly target counselors because of their role in this.
So we'll try to increase the effectiveness immediately. We won't just say, well, it's not going to happen this next year, and so let's keep doing business as usual.
Right. I would never want anyone to think we're doing business as usual because this is a big change.
Yeah, so the expectation should be we'll see a difference. Okay. You know, we have a group who spent an awful lot of time trying to give suggestions. And I guess I would ask my question, are there any that you automatically could live with if the board voted for them?
Yes, and I think most of them have been mentioned. If you want me to go through it.
Yeah, just start from the very first blue bullet.
Okay, you mean on the honors course label where GATE identified is put in there?
Yes.
I personally don't think that's needed. I think that just having accelerated learners, advanced learners, I don't think the GATE needs to be there. That's not a big deal for me. If the board wishes to have that, that's fine. On the B, I think I explained the part about the Santa Barbara District GATE identification criteria. I feel like that's not, at this point, honoring the other districts and what their responsibilities are. I don't feel like we can actually do that to students. I think that their GATE identification should count, in other words. I don't think Montecito Union and Cold Spring and Goleta would feel comfortable with us saying your GATE identification doesn't count.
But you still need 2 bullets.
And a pattern of advanced achievement level, that would be fine with me. I mean, that up to 3 years kind of means the same thing. If that's more clearly stated, a pattern, that's what our principals do now. So that to me doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know that we need it. I strongly support the A, B, or C in the prerequisite honors level course. And the more we talked about that, and in alignment with, particularly in alignment with the contract, where it says a C, and we want to add or lower, triggers a conference. I think that that suggests that a student could have a C. And I really strongly support also that idea of grade inflation. We absolutely don't want to do that, and that right there would be a little dent in the program if we cause something like that to happen. So that first, and the A in the prerequisite fast-paced, or the second part, let's see, a grade of B with teacher recommendation. I don't know where I hadn't thought about the B part. I just saw that tonight. But I think that or the teacher recommendation form is fine. let's see, again, the gate identified, I don't think that's necessarily needed there. The 4 days of training during the contractual hours, when I worked with the union, our teachers union on this section, it was pretty clear that we wanted to provide that for teachers. We weren't going to force a teacher to go to any training. On the other hand, we are not going to put teachers in those classes that aren't prepared. So I'm fine with offering 4 days of training. That's something that our district, Dr. Sarvis in particular,
I'd be happy to address that.
has had some very strong feelings. In fact, well, I won't go into, we've had lots of discussions on this. I don't know if you want to,
Well,
would you
let
like
me say
Dr.
just
Sarvis?
briefly, you know, there was a time when we did all of our trainings during the instructional year, and it was very convenient. In fact, it really worked very well for teachers, although they also had the added responsibility of preparing lesson plans. I mean, they were still responsible for what happened in the classroom. It did not work well for students. You know, those highly professional people in classrooms make a big difference. And while we have wonderful substitutes, instruction suffers when our teachers are not in the classroom. I won't say more.
And going right ahead with the evaluation components, I think there's been a lot of discussion on the fact that many of those are very good. I would use some of this, you know, some of them are included in some of my notes about what we would need to put in. So I could use some of these as a guide. I know this will come back to the board, so you will see it again as far as the components. The contract, student contracts G, there's an arrow there that a C average grade. I have no problem with that. I think that means that over the course of let's say a student's getting several assignments turned in, and so just not a C on an assignment, but the average in the grade. I'm fine with that. The part about the enrichment opportunities, I find it might be hard to put a percentage like that in. I do want to say that it will happen, you know, there will definitely have to be some during, as I said, these kids are very busy. We need to make sure that we have a majority of them, you know, inside the school day. I hesitate to put a percentage on there. And then down on the same thing speaks, well, the fact that the GATE enrichment opportunities will begin immediately. They would be, this says by October. We actually wanted to make sure they started, something started before then. And that they would expand and be maintained, and the quality would stay high. I mean, I don't have any problem with some of that wording. I mean, it's the spirit of what this proposal has is included in much of this. In fact, when we talked about this, you know, we agreed on many points.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find which ones you agreed on, 'cause that makes it a lot easier.
I appreciate that.
More questions?
No,
Mrs.
but
Parker?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Well,
So,
Doc-
but
I think
don't know if
Dr.
there-
Noel may
yeah.
still have some more.
Well, I can do it within the framework of a motion.
Okay.
Because some of it might be amendments.
Can I just address
Mrs.
one thing?
Deacon?
Because Mrs. Parker earlier had said a C grade or lower grade, which I think works better for me under G2. It was my understanding that this meant the course grade, not a grade on any assignment.
Right.
So I wasn't even sure what average meant there, actually.
And I
because-
think everyone would agree to that.
Okay, all right. And I also agree that percentages would be difficult, I think, to monitor, actually. I don't know who's going to be keeping track of every single hour and whether it's inside or outside of the school
You-
day. I mean, obviously, the bulk of it's all going to happen during the school
Right,
day.
and that could be an important component of the evaluation is how important are these enrichment activities? What would the students want more of? How is it working? So we can add some of that in. Of course, you wouldn't really get that till the end of the year, but we can monitor that and see how it's going.
Yeah, I mean, I would chime in on that as a secondary GATE parent. I don't know what that means, enrichment during the course of the day, because if there's some sort of pullout, then most GATE secondary students would not participate because they have so much hard work and interesting work to do in the regular classes and electives that I don't think that they would participate.
We did actually throw around an idea of having like a GATE elective where we have speakers, we have seminars, we have current, maybe a current topic that kids talk about and work with and do maybe some service learning project with. I mean, these are being developed. I mean, this is something we do over time. But that kind of thing could be during the year now. Not everyone would choose to do it.
A question that continually came up was that there's a recognition that there is a 2 to 5% group of children, students, that truly are gifted. When will we ever have it narrowed down to where we know who those 2 to 5% are and are truly educating them?
That's an interesting question. I'm sure Dr. Hayden would have lots of comments on that. And, I guess I just have, many of us have personal experience with kids who are gifted. It's not all about the coursework. It certainly is about that rigorous the environment in the classroom and working with those students that think like you do and you just want to go, 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 go. But a lot of it is not just about the coursework in the classrooms. It's a lot of other things that a gifted and talented student wants to be involved in. I think Mrs. Cordero wants to say something.
Well, it also is, I think we've become so wedded to this notion that a test determines who's gifted and talented, and a certain score on a particular test is somehow an absolute, measure of whether a student is gifted and talented or not. And we know that people have different ways of manifesting their giftedness and their talent. It is, I keep thinking, Albert Einstein would not have tested as a GATE student because he could not do standardized tests. He was thought to be developmentally delayed because of his poor performance in schools. We know that there are people who are truly gifted who are not going to show it on a test. So, I'm not sure that there's ever going to be a way that we could definitively say these 2 to 5% are truly gifted. We know that for a fact, and we know by some measure that they're vastly superior to everybody else. I think that's one of the problems we've seen with the program, is that there are students who are capable of doing just as well, who don't show their giftedness by taking a test. And so, as a, as a master's in education, you just can't expect that we're ever going to be able to truly identify those.
I guess you'd find people who would disagree with that, but I'll take it. I just read too many situations, too many articles that talk about the truly gifted, and that we do owe them a special education. And so, how we find it or how we do it.
I'm not arguing they don't exist.
Yeah.
I'm saying I don't think we have any accurate measure to determine who they are.
But we have to have systems in place that teachers and counselors recognize it and come up with these programs
Absolutely.
that take them another level up.
Dr. Sarvis, do you know what the reliability and validity coefficients are for the tests that we administer for gate identification?
Boy, I sure used to. I've been a true believer for so long that
Are they professionally developed tests?
They are professionally
From
developed.
like the Educational Testing Service?
Yes.
Aren't they known for extremely high standards of scientific rigor?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it also not true that no matter how good the test, there's error variance?
Certainly is.
Right. So what we're talking about is, what do you do when the tests don't diagnose properly? Okay? And I agree with Mrs. Cordero.
Yes.
And we also know that that there's a problem of cultural bias in testing.
Certainly.
So we have to have a way of doing something about the error variance. But that doesn't mean that the test's no good. That doesn't mean that the test doesn't, by and large, tell us something significant about those students. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then we shouldn't be using it.
I think the tests tell us something very important. On the other hand, when you look at the international benchmarks, nations and international studies of nations that are moving ahead of us educationally, Finland or some of the other nations on the list, they don't identify a gifted group of students. They accelerate students by performance and merit. And they treat it in a completely different way.
Yeah, I also agree with that, and Japan also.
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I don't want to
No,
stop you.
go ahead,
before you
Dr. Noel.
finish. I did want to kind of go through, would this be an appropriate time?
Well, you said you wanted to do it as after a motion was made? or-
Well, some of this is maybe just non-problematic.
Okay.
For example, honors, paragraph A, honors label. The GATE course label will be changed to honors, and these courses will continue to offer the highest level of rigor. I'd like to put in, instead of the highest, the same high. Because we already know what that is. We have the curriculum, we have the standards, we've been doing it for years. Mrs. Robertson says that she has the detailed curriculum descriptions on file. So this, it seems to me, ought to reference that experience. So that's one little point. D, elements of teacher preparation. The teachers assigned to honors level coursework will be provided with at least 2 of the following professional development trainings, et cetera. I would like to change provided to required.
Wait, which one are you, sorry?
Will be required to participate
Will be
or?
required to participate, yeah,
Okay.
sure. To make it syntactically.
Can we do that?
complete.
Can we say?
I just would like to, provided simply sounds to me like, teachers, here's an opportunity. But required says, do it. And it seems to me that that's a terribly important distinction.
I think the question of whether we can require it or not becomes a contractual one. So maybe if we said it,
Well,
like, excuse me, teachers assigned to honors level coursework will have completed, because then we will only be
Good,
assigning the
good.
ones.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. That does the job. Anywhere where it talks about international baccalaureate, I really think in the interest of being forthright, we have to identify that that is only available at Dos Pueblos High School.
I agree.
As one thing I sent around suggests, Dos Pueblos has an abundance of of rigorous courses, whereas San Marcos is really suffering. They have because these courses tend to be clustered into programs, and San Marcos has no special programs. At Santa Barbara High, they're in VADA and MAD. Program evaluation, F2. I would like to see 2 things in there. One is pretty straightforward and simple. The second sentence, the proposal for the evaluation service will be developed by blah, 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 blah. The proposal and plan for evaluation services will be developed. Because I'm a firm believer that you need to plan the evaluation in advance of starting to teach. The other one is a little more substantive. The program evaluation will be completed through an outside agency, and I would like to put in collaboration with a stakeholders group. And by that, I do not mean the GATE advisory committees. I mean a newly formed group. The special ed process of forming the group tended to give it a lot of credibility.
And where is that, Dr. Noel?
That would be F2, the first sentence, program evaluation will be completed through an outside agency in collaboration with a stakeholders group. I think that I think if we had our druthers, we would have had a stakeholder process long ago, and it didn't work out that way. But I think at some point, somewhere, we have to build a stakeholder process into this, and what better place than evaluation?
Can I just ask for a possible amendment to that?
Of course.
Because I guess I would rather see the collaboration of the stakeholders group in the proposal and the plan rather than the evaluation.
How about both?
Because, oh, well.
I mean,
Because I think-
we know that the stakeholders are not going to dictate anything because they haven't got the power to dictate anything, but it's the involvement, it's the participation that is so important.
And the plan and the proposal will come first.
Yeah, but that's kind of one shot, that's over, and then the stakeholders are kind of standing back, and they have nothing further to say after we get it going. And I'm just saying, if they're a part of the process.
Yeah. We might be saying the same thing. I was just thinking that if they were part of the proposal and the plan, I would assume that they would build in the part that they wanted to play in the evaluation. The proposal and the plan would come before the evaluation, and so they would be able to build themselves into that process.
What about this, Mrs. Cordero? What about going right back to the very beginning, after the number 2, in collaboration with a stakeholders group, comma, program evaluation will be implemented through an outside agency. Then the proposal for the evaluation and plan for the evaluation services will be developed in the summer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm okay with it. I thought it was stronger to put it in the part that comes first, but I'm okay with putting it the way you have it.
I actually am, I think that Mrs. Cordero's proposal is a little bit clearer because if you put it in with the completed through an outside collaboration, outside agency in collaboration, it looks like the agency is collaborating in directly in terms of the evaluation. And instead, I would like that stakeholders group to receive the evaluation, and after they've come up with and helped with the proposal and the plan for it, they can receive it. They can be part of that process. They can give feedback on it. But I want to be able to see an unadulterated outside evaluation that hasn't been influenced by anybody in the district, much less the stakeholders group. So I think it would be stronger if we follow along Mrs. Cordero's lines, which is the proposal and the plan for evaluation services will be developed in collaboration with the stakeholders group. Then we could put wording in that the stakeholders group is certainly something we would like to see continue.
Where would that go?
Mrs. Deacon?
Oh, I'm just a little bit concerned because we do have a secondary gate district advisory committee, which is the stakeholders, is an official formal stakeholders group, although it doesn't
For
GATE,
GATE.
right. So it
So-
doesn't encompass the honors piece, but I just want to make sure that we don't neglect that group and we consider part of the stakeholders group.
Right, and also I think that stakeholders in this particular proposal are also the people who are not in that program.
Right. Well, may I suggest as a way of moving forward on this, that we're going to have that part be coming back to us anyway. Can we just leave the wording as it is in this proposal and then address that when the program evaluation piece comes back to us in terms of what a stakeholders group would look like, and sort of build that in together, but as a separate process? So that we don't.
I could put something like in the second line, the proposal for evaluation services will be developed and will include a stakeholders, and the plan would include a collaboration with the stakeholders group.
And you could also include the line, this section will be more fully developed at a further board meeting or at a later board meeting.
Okay, may I go on?
Yes.
Okay. G2. G as in George, as in good. Academic and social emotional support, that's called socio-emotional, but anyway, support will be provided for all students through each school's pyramid of interventions. I think that is really problematic, really confusing, that the pyramid of interventions as it is used in the California frameworks and it is normally used, and as I have seen it in the high school documents, is not appropriate for honor students and above. I would simply change it, to read, will be provided for all students through appropriate interventions.
I'm fine.
That's
That's
a nice
fine with
wiggle,
me.
nice word with a lot of wiggle room. Hopefully it wiggles to the high end. Just about there. Okay. Much more substantive. Okay. Honors course descriptions and performance expectations, paragraph C. Honors course descriptions will be completed this spring before the end of 2020, et cetera, et cetera. Teachers will be given time to work together. By the end, then the end of that sentence, common descriptions of each honors course. And district-wide end-of-course exams. And may I, if I may,
Oh, go right ahead. I want you to finish.
My vision is this, and let me just, a little personal anecdote. Somewhere along the way in my 30-odd years of teaching, I decided that I found myself reading essays and saying, and then looking and seeing who wrote that, and resolving the ambiguities because I know who wrote it, and I know that they're really smart, okay? And I said, wait a minute, Bob, this is not the way to do it. So I started cutting the names off of them. Wow, what an experience. Read blind, okay? You don't get to draw upon other exogenous information to judge how good the product is. You have to judge it for itself. I'm not saying, I would like to see all of these end-of-course exams read blind, but I didn't have the nerve to go that far in this, okay? But it seems to me that if it's what we've always talked about, district-wide end-of-course exams, and we're talking here about standardization of these courses across the district, that it's time to do district-wide end-of-course exams. I trust those people who will collaborate in writing them to also then collaborate in establishing uniform standards and rubrics that the teachers will implement.
I agree completely that the rubric, the testing standard tells us a lot more about the actual rigor of the course. However, I'm concerned that it won't be able to get done in this amount of time.
Actually, we've done a lot of talk about rubrics. Rubrics within the course description. There are some end-of-course assessments that are already in place. I will have, I think we need to put this in here. I can't necessarily.
Can I put it in here really quickly then?
Yeah.
And in year 2. Okay. District-wide.
That would be good. Yes, I will do that.
I would be.
Very good.
Mrs. Cordero?
I just wanted, I'm not sure I agree with that language being added. So I just wanted to clarify whether we were putting it in or whether we're discussing putting it in.
Just discussing at this time.
Okay. I think that, for example, at the end where it says also included will be rubrics to define and evaluate student performance, to a certain extent addresses that. I assume we're talking about sort of student learning outcomes here. And so I would be hesitant to impose this language without discussion among the teachers.
Actually, I'll address that because that is an expectation that we have for every course, not just, that we're working toward for all of our courses, not just our honors
District-wide
course.
end-of-course exams?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And
And so the-
10 years ago we were talking.
So have you already had that discussion with teachers?
Not with the honors course in particular, but we have ongoing. In fact, our
okay.
math group has already gotten there. After 2 years, we have end-of-course common assessments in math. But you bring up something here at the last, and Dr. Noel, maybe this would fit. Also included will be rubrics to define and evaluate student performance, including district-wide end-of-course assessments by the end of year 2? Or do you want to just not have it end of year 2?
I would say more as soon as possible.
I would
Yeah.
love to push it for this year.
Well, then, year 2, if you think that it can be done.
Well, I'd say if we had them developed
If
halfway
we-
through next year, I'd be.
Yeah. I mean, we would have till the end of next year to do it.
Yeah, in fact, if they were developed by mid-year this next year, then we would know going into the student balloting and the parent examination of the rigor of the course, a lot more about the course.
That's true.
So I think that's a good target.
So, I'm sorry, was the target year 2?
It'd be by the end of 2010.
2011, you mean?
2010-11 school year?
Well, I was thinking mid-year, 2010-11.
So that would
Might
be
be in
within.
place for the end of, that'd be at the end of the first
First
year.
year, actually. We would have those assessments in place if we start working this summer and we get them completed by the mid-year, we would have them in place by the end of next
I
year.
just didn't want to have them in place by the end of this year.
Oh, not this year. No, I don't consider this year 1. I consider next year year 1. So as long as that understanding is there.
You administrators are much more radical than I am.
Can
So
that
what-
fit at
so
the
what-
end
what is
of
the
that
latest on
last
this?
line, including district-wide assessments? Dr. Noel, is it okay to add that to the last line?
I'm
Also
sorry.
included will be rubrics to define and evaluate student performance, including district-wide?
Yeah, sure.
End
Just
of course? Okay.
I'm reading this very hastily, but it just doesn't seem to change the meaning to put it at the end of the second one.
I don't see it
I
as
hope.
changing.
Mrs. Deacon?
Okay.
Well, my question is, are we talking about for every subject area where there's a new honors class, that there will be these common district assessments?
Well, right now, we have them we have them in math, and we're working on them in English.
Well, what
And
about
with
science
our
and-
English, we have our instructional materials that have end of course assessments already there.
Yeah.
What we need to make sure we have, and we don't have, are the science and the social studies. They would come,
But we don't really have,
But
we don't have science.
we don't have.
Gate science
Right,
now.
right.
And we have,
We have some honors, and we
We have
do
some
have
There
an
is
honors
gate
science.
science.
There is a gate
In
science.
junior high school, there is gate
Yeah.
science, yeah.
okay.
We're talking
There didn't
limited
used to
number
be.
of
Okay.
courses here.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Wait a
A
minute.
little
wait a minute.
nervous
Hold-
about
hold- hold-
teachers
hold.
being asked to make a common.
I wanted to go back to, I'm sorry.
No. Dr. Noel, you have the floor.
May I yield it to my esteemed colleague, Mrs. Deacon?
I feel like this is the healthcare debate right here, huh?
Well, this-
How
look,
many-
we are not the U.S. Senate.
No, he was too nice.
Right, right. Well, I hear the staff telling us that they think that this is doable and that the teachers are okay with it, because I'm a little nervous actually about moving towards this common assessment without feeling really comfortable that there's buy-in to this. I mean, different teachers write different tests, and they're the same standards that they're addressing, but a lot of teachers like to formulate their own questions. And if we're talking about a common assessment that's out there around, available, floating around too, that makes me a little nervous. as
Well, I mean, I understand there are going to be there's a need to come together, but that was the whole purpose of having this put in place. And we talked about it at the District Advisory Committee, which includes teachers. Of course, we didn't say by the end of this first year, we'll have this district-wide common assessment in place. We could put something that, eventually or in the future or end of year 2, but we are moving this way. I mean, our instructional materials deliver that kind of.
Yeah. But if a teacher has a battery of items in a test that's district-wide, you can always add additional items. Right, open-ended question, I want to see whether you can write. I mean, it doesn't preclude going beyond the district-wide expectations.
Mrs. Parker.
May I just make a suggestion on this, that we change that word district-wide end-of-course exam to district-wide end-of-course assessment?
I actually wrote it that way.
Okay, good, because that's what we're talking, because I think that makes it clear that it's.
I was really nervous about this one common test, but assessment is fine.
Okay, and that is one of the criticisms. Our GATE and honors courses have not been consistent across our district. And I think that's a huge piece of some of the rigor in the,
Okay.
Okay, back to item B1. And it's about that diagnostic placement exam. I talked with Dr. Hayden about this, and I was asking, well, what are the cut scores? And then I've just heard tonight that it's a really tough exam, and that our people who are advanced or don't score very highly on it. And I have two observations. One is, why is that not aligned with the California Standards Test? Which one do we have more faith in? Which one's giving us the accurate information? And then the second one is, what is the cut score? Or what will be the cut scores?
First question is that our instruction hasn't been necessarily aligned to the standards.
Say what?
I said our instruction in some, the feeder districts and even in our own elementary district has not necessarily been as closely aligned to the standards as it should be. So they come in, and we know that. That's what we're working on. The schools who actually have been using the benchmarks that are tied to this diagnostic placement, let's just look at Holt, our English language arts materials. Those schools who have been using that and using it religiously over the last couple of years, La Cumbre is a prime example here. Those are the schools that have really high correlation to that and being successful on the STAR exam, the CST. So we know that our instructional materials are aligned. Those benchmarks are closely aligned. So that's why we're using that. That is our goal. And we will be able to predict, and I know we're looking at this, we're tracking this to see, because we just started using these over the last couple of years. How predictable are these as far as telling us which kids are going to be proficient on the STAR test? So far, it's looking like these are very predictable.
So if we had a cut score on that of 1.5 standard deviations above the mean, okay, that would be about 86%.
Our gate kids
Okay.
right now wouldn't make it then.
So wow.
How about 70%?
70% is,
70% cut score to get into the highest level of education.
that's
we've
what
got.
they're getting right now on those assessments, the placement tests.
I think I don't have a solution to that. We can't legislate it, but that is deeply troubling. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mrs.
No,
Parker.
wait a minute.
You said thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Parker.
Just on that last topic, I would be really uncomfortable dictating that number up here, because I know that our schools have long experience at this point with these diagnostic placement assessments, and they know who can go into honors. So I wouldn't want to put a specific number on that up here. But I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we accept the secondary district honors coursework proposals with all of the amendments that my colleagues have made so far, that we have all agreed upon, with a few more that I'll get specific about now, most of the things that I've already talked about. One is on in the section A, and the note that it says, in addition to honors courses provided for accelerated learners and gate identified, it should be provided for accelerated and gate identified learners.
You're adding that?
Yeah.
Could
So
we
not accelerated / gate, but accelerated and gate identified learners.
Because that was taken out earlier.
That is from the proposal that
From
we
the
got from the
proposal.
parent group, that Mrs. Sawatsky said we didn't necessarily need it, but especially if it's and, I think it clarifies that this is also to serve our gated, and that's this one here.
Okay, good.
So it's
Okay.
And I don't
accelerated
have a
and
problem
gate
with
identified
that.
learners.
And what?
And gate identified learners. In section B1, we changed that wording for the third bullet from what's existing to a pattern of advanced achievement, level 5 on the California Standards Test from 3rd to 5th grade.
Mrs. Cordero had comments on that. You had indicated you didn't like the language.
Yeah, I
Because I
I'm
see
not-
that as essentially equivalent. That is Mrs. Sawatsky's intent with what's written there on the third bullet.
Would you read it again? what you
Well,
just said?
I actually think it's clearer the way that it's written here.
You do?
I do.
Would you read what you said again?
I said a pattern of advanced achievement level 5 on the California Standards Test from 3rd to 5th grade.
The second arrow.
It's the third
in that-
bullet.
Yeah, I got
Third
the
one.
Yeah.
third bullet.
Yeah.
Not, you're striking level 5?
No, level 5 is part of that. A pattern of advanced achievement, level 5 on the California
Okay.
Standards Test from 3rd to 5th grade.
So it's at the beginning.
I'm fine with that.
I'm happy with what
think-
you've got there, Mrs.
I think a pattern is, I mean, I think
It's what you're
right.
looking for, because what the principals currently do is say, was this 3rd grade score an aberration? Or is this a trend? So I think that a pattern really captures the feel of what
Are you
already
talking about
happens.
review over 3 years then?
From
Yes, they
3rd
look
to
at
5th grade.
From 3rd to 5th grade.
And that's currently what principals do.
For the 4th bullet, I would like to change that to appropriate score on diagnostic placement assessment. Then.
Can I just add a real quick question?
Mhm.
How do we identify a pattern? I mean, what constitutes a pattern? That it
means-
happens more than once?
Yes, that you wouldn't.
Well, not
no.
necessarily, Mrs.
Right.
Watsky. I mean,
Well-
that could mean that you're seeing students go from proficient to high proficient to advanced in 5th grade. But if you're seeing the reverse happen, then a principal is going to want to look at more than just that, or a counselor is going to want to look at more than just that. It's what they currently do, and I
It's-
think it's very successful.
Right, they don't, because a student could have a bad year in 5th grade, or, whatever. So you want to look beyond just the year before. And even that's, 2 years before, really, because we don't have the 6th grade at that point.
You okay with that?
So the exact wording, and then on the
The
last
4th bullet
bullet.
changes to appropriate score on diagnostic
Okay, just appropriate
placement
score, okay.
assessment.
And by appropriate, and I know I used it a little while ago, but I also said it had a lot of wiggle room. Could you clarify what you mean by appropriate a little bit?
Well, I mean that the schools look at those numbers and they know where their kids are falling that can go into the honors classes if they're using that as one of the 2 criteria that you have to go in. So I want to leave that, because I know
It
each
does
school is different.
change, and it does
changes from year to
change.
year, and it changes from group to group. So I think it's important to leave that as something that the schools decide.
So then it would be possible, under the rule of 2, to get staff-provided teacher recommendation and an appropriate grade level score and get in. Or grade level.
Appropriate score,
Yeah,
yes.
Appropriate score.
Yeah. Then on section 2, change grade of A or B to a grade of C or above in a prerequisite honors course, or an A in a prerequisite college prep class.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
For the first bullet,
Uh-huh.
change that to grade of C or above in a prerequisite honors course, or an A in a prerequisite college prep class.
And are you not recommending the other next part of the group grade of B with teacher recommendation?
No,
Okay.
just leave the existing bullet for the second bullet.
May I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Do you mean a prerequisite slow-paced college prep class or a prerequisite fast?
You know, I'm leaving that at a prerequisite college prep class. Mrs. Watsky, do I need to delineate that?
I don't think so. It would be so unlikely for a student who's taking a course over 2 years, even if they got an A, to jump to honors. I can't
imagine
picture
they
that
would-
would.
they would want to do that.
I don't think we need to designate that. Our teachers, we do have to trust that teachers aren't going to put kids in courses that they can't be successful in.
Then, in terms of any other actual changes, it jumps down to item G. Dr. Noel had already made a change in there, but change it to a C grade or lower in any honors level course will trigger a conference, et cetera, for that sentence. And then remove the last sentence from that section. And there's one other place. Oh, and for the title for item D, elements of teacher preparation for accelerated and gate identified learners. That's my motion.
Okay, I'm not going to try to repeat it. Is there a second?
Second.
May I ask for a clarification?
Yes.
Under A, the note, in addition to honors courses provided for GATE and accelerated
For
learners.
accelerated and gate identified learners.
Yes. Does that then ensure that GATE will have access regardless of the other guidelines?
I'm sorry, where are you? No, no. Item B1 stays the same. Students must meet at least 2 of the following access guidelines for the 7th grade honors placement. One
So
is
that's
gate
not the
identified.
intention then?
No, there's no intention to try to change things for our feeder elementaries at this point.
Okay.
It stays the same. Gate identification is one of the 4 ways that you can, okay.
Wait, one of two.
Yes, one of the 4 guidelines that you have to get 2 of to be placed into an honors course.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, Mrs. Deacon seconded. Further discussion? Dr. Noel?
Yeah. I'm going to vote against this, but I want to, but I think it's much improved from where it started. For that, I know and I'm sure many people in the community are grateful to the other board members. I'm voting against it because I don't think it'll have much impact over the next few years. And I don't think it'll have much impact because I don't think it addresses the fundamental problem of correcting the deficiencies in our education for socioeconomically disadvantaged students, many of whom in Santa Barbara are Latino, in the elementary schools. And I would like, and I've been saying for some time, I would like to see, I could vote for this if it included some gesture in that direction. I'm also concerned that it singles out the GATE program. Mr. Hedjong has a slide, but rather than asking him to put it up, I'll just read this to you. The GATE program in junior high school is 84% the white subgroup and 16% the Latino subgroup. That's the highest at any level. The GATE program in high school is 87% the white subgroup, 13% the Latino subgroup. The Multimedia Arts Academy is 96% the white subgroup, 4% the Latino subgroup. The Visual Arts Academy at Santa Barbara High School is 88% the white subgroup, 12% the Latino subgroup. The International Baccalaureate program at Dos Pueblos High School, 92% the white subgroup, 8% the Latino subgroup. The Dos Pueblos Engineering Academy, 69% the white subgroup, 4% the Latino subgroup, the balance being other, which I believe is predominantly Asians. This one blew me away. The AP program, which has open access, if I understand correctly. Is that right, Ms. Sawaski? Well, it's 88% the white subgroup and 12% the Latino subgroup. Santa Barbara City College dual enrollment and other kinds of courses, that's open to everybody. Is that right? 87% the white subgroup, 13% the Latino subgroup. So I look at this and I say, why are we only dealing with the GATE program? Why has that been singled out? And are these others next in line? And I don't know, but I asked that question and I recognize that it arouses a response in some of my colleagues. I have a theory. Oh, and let me add that, and I already submitted this, that this has an enormously differential impact on the 3 high schools. That not all of them has the same menu of highly advanced and rigorous courses, and therefore it seems to me that what should have come along with this was some proposal to create equal opportunity at the high schools. Why is it that Latinos in Santa Barbara who live downtown on the west side or the lower east side don't have a nice, easy pathway into the International Baccalaureate program. They accept all comers, sort of, according to what their advisor told me. Well, it's an awful long drive. It's an awful long drive, and I think that's an injustice. Finally, and this goes to kind of my understanding of what's going on here. I see a coin with two sides. One side is a civil rights side, and the other side is an educational side. And I think what we're doing, and as a long-standing advocate in civil rights, I agree with it, but we are addressing only the civil rights issue. That's what this proposal is about. And it has a very strong symbolic message, and I agree with that message, okay? But it does not address educational issues, and you can make a difference. And for example, I think that is one of the reasons that we are slower at the elementary school level, because the civil rights issue is not so clear at that level. The educational issue is clear, but we haven't achieved that. Mrs. Sawatsky, you cite our progress in the elementary schools. That progress has to do with low levels of achievement. The kids nearer to the bottom.
Doctor?
I produced data that showed that in terms of advanced learners, our elementary schools and Galitas consistently, cohort by cohort, do we have fewer and fewer advanced learners who they're passing on to the junior high schools. So those are the reasons that I am not going to vote for this. Thank you, Mr. Aaron, for your patience.
Yeah. Mrs. Parker?
I'll just say briefly that, Dr. Noel, I mean, I wish that you would change your mind, because you've offered some great perspectives on this proposal. It's been tremendously helpful in the discussion. Some of the things that you've brought up are huge issues. We can't do it all tonight. I think that this is an important first step, and one of the reasons that we don't have more balanced classes, even though they're open access in AP, IB, and dual enrollment, is because we've set this barrier here, starting in the junior high levels, so that kids aren't in the highest level classes, and this will give them access. And I hope will start making a difference over the next 3 or 4 years. I'm very happy to tackle every single one of those things on your list. But I can't do it all in one night, and I don't think it'd be reasonable to expect our community to take it all in one night. I think that this is going to take some time to develop. In terms of the elementary, what I see is that for many years there's been this like bump, you know, against a glass ceiling essentially. I know that we have 6th grade teachers out there that have so tried to get their high-level kids into the GATE classes at the junior high level. They've tried and tried, and so many times I've heard how frustrated that they are at the way the master schedule works, at junior high placement that is really obstructionist. I think that even this change will affect elementary in terms of what students know they can do and what they can strive for, because now this will be open to them. And so I think that this could make a difference even down at that level. So with that, I'm certainly ready to vote.
Mrs. Cordero?
Well, I'm really pleased that there are other members of this board who do support this proposal, because I don't agree that it doesn't address the educational issues, because I think we have focused so much on whether this opens up the opportunities for underrepresented students, and specifically for Latino students, that we haven't discussed the fact that it benefits really all the students. It is an educational improvement. These should be open to all the students who are capable of succeeding at this level, regardless of whether they belong to an underrepresented group, an overrepresented group, or whomever. And so I think it does address an educational need. I also think that, unfortunately, historically, the way that civil rights issues have been delayed is through attempts to say we can't, If we can't fix everything, then why should we do it? And unfortunately, that has often resulted in not changing things that were capable of being changed. GATE is the oldest one of these programs in our district. The change that we are suggesting here is, I think, the least, dramatic. And I think I'm really happy that you raised those concerns, Dr. Noel, because as you, I'm sure recall, I've raised those about IB before when we were addressing the issue of IB. I've raised those repeatedly. I think we can, you said, are we going to? Well, it's our decision whether we do or not. I would recommend that we put every single one of those we raise each one of those as a new agenda, a future agenda item, and we come back to them, because I don't think we should be tolerating this in any of our programs. And I've repeatedly said that. I'm happy to do this. But GATE is where we're starting, and I think we have to start somewhere. If we wait until we have everything perfect, it will result in never changing anything. And we've been doing that already for too many years.
Mrs. Deacon.
Everyone's getting their last words, and I'm sorry, I'll try to be really brief. I talked to a retired GATE junior high teacher over the weekend who made a really good point to me, which is it's not a binary world. And, people come in all different shapes and forms and sizes and aptitudes and strengths. And I think that what we're doing here is letting those strengths really have an opportunity to blossom and succeed. And I completely agree about the elementary piece. To me, that's our biggest failing right now, is that our students moving from 6th grade, 5th grade into junior high are not adequately prepared to be able to, say, go automatically into an algebra class in the 7th grade or to succeed in an honors pre-algebra class. So what I'd like to see is in this professional development piece is that we really work on vertical integration between not only our own district elementary teachers, but our feeder district elementary teachers, talking with their counterparts in their subject areas at the junior highs. But I agree with Mrs. Cordero, we have to start somewhere. We can't just always say, let's make it perfect. It's the saying, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think it's really time to move on this. And I think the students that are doing well in these GATE honors classes now are going to continue to thrive, but we are just giving another avenue for students to get in there that really could also benefit. And so I'm completely ready to do this.
I'm going to join and vote yes, but I would like to make a couple comments. I wish that it hadn't been such a surprise on February 2nd, and I wish there hadn't been such glorious acceptance of it February 2nd. I wish that there would have been more of a process. There's no question from all the emails that I've received and calls and discussions that the system's broken, that it's not working. And so it has to be changed. And I want to thank all of you who did take the time to give your comments, and especially the group that put together this document with these suggested changes. I think that shows there is some working together to benefit all of our children. I think one of the things that turned my mind was the fact that campaigning for this office, I said time and time again, let the teachers teach and let the principals run their schools. They do it best, they know how to do it. And the number of teachers that have come out in favor of this and the number of principals, all principals, emphatically state this will work and they can work with it and they can run with it. I'm still of the belief that the teachers and the principals should run this, and they put their name on the line, and that we will not lose the rigor. One thing that does bother me in our whole system is the delay factor. We're saying we won't know the results. In fact, we don't expect many of the results next year as far as the integration of a broader base of students. And so the year will go by, and then we'll have applications for the following year, and we won't know till that year starts. I look at, we have said to the academies over and over and over again, you've got to change your participation rate. but we don't know until next year whether they do it or not. And then, oh, they didn't do it. Well, they'll do it next year. As far as I'm concerned, we should know right now how many applications they have, how many of the underrepresented applications have gone in, how many have been accepted. And if it's not a correct balance, then we should take steps now to change it, not wait till we find out next year. Because the academies have to come in line with this whole process. And we can't just make that decision next year. We have to know, what are we doing to make sure our students now know about these programs and the gate is no longer a barrier, and how can we increase the participation in these classes in a correct way? We need to take steps to understand that now and make it happen. We can't sit back and just think, well, it will happen. So I just want to thank everybody for a good, calm discussion. You've sat here. The smiles are still on your faces, right? From that earlier demonstration that we had. I see a few of you. But you have participated. We've taken this extremely seriously. And this program has changed from February 2nd to today because of the participation of everybody that did take part. So I appreciate it very much. With that, I'll call for the question. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
4-1. Dr. Noel in the negative. Motion passes.
Mr. Herron, we will publish the plan for the honors coursework in the next board brief, and we will link to it on the district website so that we put an e-news item together.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the sooner you put in writing what we talked about tonight,
I think
the
so.
better. Yes.
Yes.
And anybody who disagrees, who read it and disagree that we didn't discuss it that way or solve it that way, let us know. Absolutely, because there was a lot of thought tonight going on. Okay. What are your wishes? Do you want to catch our breath and take 5 minutes? Yeah, let's take 5 minutes. We'll come back at quarter. Dr. Noel, Mrs. Deacon. Just so everybody knows, at this point, it looks like we will not be dealing with F1, F3, F4, F5, and F6. Or E2.
What did he just say?
We are now on E3. Yeah, we will not be doing E2, F1, F3, F4, F5, F6.
And E2, we're striking that?
So we will go ahead with E3, E4, E5, E6, and F2.
And E7.
Oh, very good, thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go on to E3.
Board, thank you for forging ahead here.
And we do
I
have
know
some
it's
public
already
comments
been a
to do.
long evening.
Yeah.
Eric Smith, our deputy superintendent, will make this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. At our last board meeting, we talked about the facilities needs in the district and the fact that our current facilities funding sources are oversubscribed and the possibility of commissioning outside community opinion survey firm to do a feasibility study relative to a proposed general obligation bond or bonds in each district. We have a proposal from Godby Research, who assisted us when they did a similar exercise before we actually went for our parcel tax measures. We have it in front of you here with a cost of not to exceed the maximum proposal of $27,660, which would be split 70-30 between the secondary and elementary districts. We'd like to recommend that you proceed with this. If we're going to seriously evaluate whether this is feasible, time is of the essence, and we have it here for your consideration.
We have public comment?
Yes. Lanny Ebenstein, followed by Laura Wilson, followed by Ann Cumming.
3 minutes, yes.
Just checking.
For Lanny, 1.
Okay. 30
You-
seconds.
You don't have to use it all.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. President Herron, Board, Dr. Sarvis. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the board for your detailed consideration of the preceding agenda item. I'm sure it was very concerning item for all of you, and it's appreciated by the community, the time and effort that you placed in that, irrespective of whether individuals would agree with all aspects of the vote. The issue before you with respect to considering asking the community for funds is an important one. And I would again encourage you that in any survey, particularly one of 15 to 18 minutes with 30 to 40 survey questions, that you ask the community, what are they more interested in? Are they more interested in program, or are they more interested in capital? I think that's an important question, and it's one that merits being asked. From my own perspective, the greatest need in the schools at this point in time is for program. That's what is being eviscerated at this point. It's true there are capital needs, however, as the agenda item for that's being postponed on the Measure V funds indicates, the districts have spent $115 million in recent years on capital. That's in the secondary district, and I think that where the district needs money now is in programs. So I would encourage you to ask the community whether or not what they think. And I think that would give you information for the future with respect to parcel taxes and what individuals would support in a way that needn't cost any additional funds or a very nominal amount. And I think that it would also allow you, if people asked you subsequently about a bond, did you consider any alternatives, you would be able to say, yes, we did consider other alternatives, whereas if you don't ask those program questions, then that's not a question that you would be able to respond to in that manner. I think, I'll just mention in passing, there happened to be a meeting today of past presidents of Santa Barbara High School that was hosted at the Santa Barbara Club by former president of high school Bob Carlson, class of 40. I should say that Ms. Cordero's son, Corey, was at that meeting, as well as others. And there's strong support in our community for our schools. And I believe that what the community has seen is they've seen a loss of program, and that is what is bringing people to these board meetings, whether it's the budget or whether it's the GATE program, that it's the program that's the primary issue that people are concerned about. So I will just close by saying I encourage you to, as God Be Firm, who once again I think has done a good job in the past, develops their survey, that they include questions on proposals, on program, and on a parcel tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ebenstein. And thank you for mentioning my son. Laura Wilson, followed by Ann Cumming, followed by Janet Rouse.
Good evening, and good heavens, that's high. Okay. Thank you also for dealing with the issue that you had to deal with, and I'm glad you did, because I think now we can move on and make sure the implementation goes as is envisioned. Yeah, I urge the board to include a study of a parcel tax too, some questions in that regard. Even just this evening, speaking with some principals, they love the parcel tax. It gives the sites money to conserve programs, to meet their needs. It gives them some flexibility. And boy, in this economic climate, having that flexibility when the state is just pulling everything away willy-nilly is really important to your principals and teachers, and obviously the students. So also, parcel tax is one of those things that the taxpayers like, because it's immediate, it's finite, you can see it, it doesn't take 10 years to build the building, and you get immediate feedback, and then there's also the fact that it's a finite thing, it ends as things change. And the bond is long-term. I mean, obviously there are infrastructure needs, but a bond is for long-term things. The parcel tax would help keep the programs and the schools up to snuff so that when those buildings are built and the improvements are made, you still have really good schools that will step right into them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Ann Cumming, followed by Janet Rouse, followed by Lane Wheeler.
This is way past my bedtime, by the way. Okay. My name is Ann Cumming, and I'm a French teacher at San Marcos High School and a parent of an 11th grader at Santa Barbara High School. First of all, I'd like to thank the board and the district administration for all their hard work on behalf of the parcel tax, which passed in 2008. I see the good effects of Measure 8 in large and small ways every day at my school. For example, in my own department, the parcel tax has allowed us to continue AP French and AP Spanish literature classes in spite of the budget crisis. These programs are important not only to the students who participate in them, but also to the overall profile of the school, since the extent of AP offerings are one of the criteria by which high schools are judged. Across our campus, the parcel tax affects our students every moment of every day. The parcel tax is a lifeboat for the schools during these stormy economic times. The current financial pressures on school budget make another parcel tax particularly urgent. Like Alice in Wonderland, we teachers, staff, and administrators at the school sites have to run very hard just to stay in the same place. Our community has proved to be staunchly supportive of education in the past, and I believe that if given the opportunity, it will continue to be so even now. I urge the board to include a second parcel tax at the secondary level in the Godby feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cumming. Janet Rouse, followed by Lane Wheeler.
Hello, everybody. Thank you also for all the work you're doing and for staying up so late. And to keep it short, I'm just going to say I agree with what the previous speakers have just asked you to do, and I just ask that you include some language in that survey to include a parcel tax, because what we have been able to do and work on has been really very helpful to all the schools. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rouse.
I'd like to thank you also for all the work you've done on the marijuana issue. You have led a campaign that has gotten people to the table. What's that? And you've done that magnificently. Thank you.
Mr. Wheeler?
Thank you, Lane Wheeler, President of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association. I too would like to bring our organization's support forward for the Godby study. We believe it would be beneficial. We all marched together on March 4th, calling for our community to step forth. This would be another excellent opportunity for them to demonstrate their commitment to education in Santa Barbara and in California. One of the discussions that we all have sat through was, how do we make our budget work? And programs have been cut as a result of that. I do believe it would be a good idea for the Godby study to consider that application as well as a possible bond measure to look at capital projects. But I would hate for us to lose an opportunity to at least consider that at this point. So I would ask you to include that in the Godby study. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. That concludes public comment.
Okay, to the board. Mrs. Parker?
I appreciate all the input from our speakers, and I want to give a special thank you to Dr. Ebenstein, because I don't think without him we would have this parcel tax that we currently have in place, because it really took that kind of impetus from the community coming to the board to persuade us all that we needed to ask the public, and it started with, of course, a survey like this with Godby. And I agree that it would be, if it's possible, to ask a few questions about a parcel tax and how that compares to a facilities bond. I recognize that if it turned out, and I would be so thrilled if it turned out that there was that huge amount of support for a second parcel tax within a year and a half. If it turned out that that were so, we would have to run a separate parcel tax survey. Because there would be completely different questions that would be asked. Both of them would end up being valuable, but I think we need to recognize that that would be spending money on a second full survey after a few initial questions on this one. But we have tremendous facilities needs. I agree with some of the points that Mrs. Cordero has made in the past, that of course the programs that we have are the most important thing that can serve our students. But at the same time, I'm at this place where I look at some of our schools and see that we look like, in some areas, we look like the worst of the inner city schools that I've ever seen. And our community needs to support that too. So I hope that we will vote to move forward with this, and I hope that Mr. Godby would be able to ask some questions about a parcel tax as part of the overall facility survey.
Mrs. Deacon?
This is just a mechanical question, but if we were, say hypothetically that Godby came back and said, sure, go for another parcel tax as well, do you, are there two parcel taxes then, one on top of the other, or do you combine it with the existing one and just add?
You would have two different
You would
parcel
have two
taxes.
separate parcel taxes.
And remember, with currently the parcel tax would be a 2/3 supermajority, where
Right.
you would be looking at a 55% threshold on a general obligation bond pursuant to Proposition 39.
Right, right. So the chance of passage is, I think, considerably greater with the bond measure. One question I had was, in this cover memo under results, it says that the board's been given an update on the facilities needs of the district and information regarding available revenues. In what fashion does the board communicate to Godby? I mean, how do we provide feedback on what we think are those projects that we believe are important? I mean, do we just go to the public and say, what do you want? Or do we say, would you support this, this, and this?
Well, we have a list of projects that Dave Hetjonk has worked with the site administrators, and I think you've seen a partial list of that, and it may have seen an updated list.
Right.
You don't have
and I've
that
seen
with
those
you.
lists, but I'm not convinced that those are the only things that would be enticing to the public.
Sure.
And that I would like to see a discussion, either at the board level or in some fashion with Godby before they start crafting. I don't want them to go out and say, would you be willing to fund parking lot repairs?
I think what we did with the parcel tax is we had kind of one-on-one meetings with Godby and individual board members and senior staff. And then from there, we kind of honed down what we thought we should actually take to the electorate, and then we tested that.
Will the board be involved in that process?
Yeah, we'd have to be if we're going to meet with individual board members.
Just this last question I had was, they're recommending either a sample size of 600 or 400, and if we did the 600, it would be 400 in the elementary and 200 in the horseshoe area that is secondary but not elementary. And I wanted to know what the population variance was there, because I'm just wondering if it makes more sense to do 300.
And I've got some
300.
information on that. And Barbara's been working on the number of registered voters in each precinct. And just as an example, back in 2000 for Measure V, we had 108,000 voters in the secondary district. Well, this is almost 10 years later, almost. So we'll take a look at the last election. We'll see how many registered voters there are, and we'll get a proportion that's more exacting.
Dr. Noel.
I really endorse what Dr. Ebenstein and his colleagues have said. And I have felt that, I also endorse what you were saying. I think for the bond, for anything to do with facilities, we have to have things that people can kind of get their arms around. And routine maintenance and putting new roofs on or fixing a sewer or something just doesn't do it. And especially in this climate, I don't think we'd have a chance. But I'm sure the Godby research will tell us empirically whether my hunch is correct. So I care a lot about what items get on that list and how they're presented. But I would like to see equal emphasis on programs. And just also feel very grateful that for the original suggestion that you brought to us and the parcel tax that we did pass. I think we should find out whether the public shares some of these sentiments about supporting more programs. There too, we need to talk about what programs, what kind of constraints go on the money. So that process is important. I'm not ready to vote for this in the present form. I'd like to see some further tweaking and revisions of it in light of these considerations.
My comment, I wasn't thinking in terms of either or a parcel tax or bond on the next election. My concern is if you go with a bond on the next election, what effect does that have on renewing a parcel tax 2 years later? I would hate to have a battle on a bond issue and then 2 years later come back and the public says, hey, we just gave you a bond, or we just turned you down on a bond. You know, we're going to have 4 years of experiences, like was told tonight, of why the parcel tax is working. I don't want to jeopardize those 4 years and lose programs in 4 years because we can't pass another parcel tax. The good news in 4 years is a good possibility that the level will be reduced to 55% if the Assembly and the Senate do their job. Well, that's parcel tax anyway. No, parcel tax is, but there is legislation to reduce it to 55%. I don't want to jeopardize 4 years from now because we need programs. And so I don't think it's either or. It's, hey, if you go for a bond, what effect does that have on your ability 2 years later to get a parcel tax? Dr. Noel?
Well, I don't know much. I don't know about collective memory. I do know about selective constituencies memory, and I would think it'd be very important that the study do some focus group type thing on selected constituencies in addition to general sampling in the public, because those constituencies will make it or break it. If we take on something that they don't like and they campaign against it, I don't think it has much chance. So we have to be aligned with them.
Mrs. Cordero.
Well, I'm actually, I would be interested in voting on this tonight because I think if we're going to do it, we need to move forward on it. And if we're not going to do it, we may as well make a decision and move on. But I think that what we're looking at today is not whether we go for the bond or whether we go for a parcel tax. What we're looking at today is just whether we contract with Godby Research to do the survey. And I think that we ought to do the survey in order to see where we stand. And from there, we can then make the decision. And I agree that it would be worthwhile to discuss with them adding some of the questions that were raised about not only parcel tax versus bond, but also the issue of, well, which is basically comes down to the same thing, program versus capital. And so I think that it behooves us to move forward with that part of the process, because then we will be in a much better position to make the decision that we ultimately have to make.
I think we're probably in favor of doing this, but I think the comments are just like you said. We don't want to do it only focused on a bond. So we're giving direction as whoever negotiates this contract as to what some of the issues are, to make sure that when we get back the information, we can make a determination if it's in our best interest to try it. So I'm open for a motion.
I'm now looking at the title of this, going, oh, maybe I need to change it slightly. Approval of Godby, I would move to approve the Godby, hiring Godby Research to perform a community opinion survey regarding viability of proposed general obligation bond measures and gathering information about parcel tax in comparison to a general obligation bond.
Second.
Discussion?
So we're faced with two options here, and I guess we need to make a decision about that. But I was hoping that we could.
Two
I mean,
what are the two
well,
options?
one is 600. They're different dollar amounts. One is for 600 surveys, and one is for 400.
Well, I kind of wrote the recommendation just to go with the higher.
Okay.
And so basically what I'm thinking now is that since we have that margin in there, that might allow us to go back with the lower number if it has to do something with including the parcel tax questions. Then now I have some room to negotiate. So, because I don't know what their methodology will be. I don't know anything about that.
Dr. Noel?
So this is not a contract.
No.
Okay, yeah, well, that's, I like Mrs. Parker's language, but may I suggest that, one more change, that the Board of Education approve Godby Research to perform community opinion studies regarding the viability of proposed general obligation bond measures and.
I am happy with that change to my motion.
So we don't lock in the methodology at this point.
Oh, so studies would include, for example, focus groups
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that?
right,
Okay.
exactly what I have in mind, Mrs. Cordero.
Okay.
And we're not locked into the surveys relative to the respective districts at this point, right? We're basically buying 600 surveys or interviews, but they could be parceled differently between secondary and elementary if that.
You're buying whatever 27,660 buys you,
And-
given your
Okay.
bifurcated approach to this. at
And
this
to be
point in
negotiated
time.
by Mr.
Okay.
Smith.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
Okay, all
But-
those in favor
but-
say
but
aye.
we will
Aye.
have a- Aye.
Aye.
We
All
will
those-
have a contract presented at some point.
Yes,
Yes.
it'll come back, so now
All
I'll
those
have to
opposed,
go talk to them.
motion carried. Unanimously.
Was that unanimous?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Who made the
Oh,
motion?
Ms. Parker made the motion, Susan Deacon seconded. Oh, Annette Cordero, thank you.
Okay, E4.
Just a minute, let me make a note. Good. E4. E4 is approval to hire a special education ombudsman communication consultant. Tom Guajardo could not be here tonight. We have a need for a temporary communications consultant, and we have that need to do a number of special things. One is to act in a mediative role and continuing to resolve disputes, to collaboratively develop district policies and procedures. We need to get these manuals, these procedural manuals and handbooks done. We need to get the trainings defined, and we need to work to improve the communication process and procedures, including our interdepartmental procedures and a system for effective parent communications, and finally, to assist in the action plan process and stakeholder meetings. I know that these are rather varied in some ways. To my mind, these really fit the area of communications. And this was not on the agenda because it was a FCMAT recommendation. This is on the agenda because I'm feeling the need to drive this process forward. I'm concerned that we're languishing, second time I'd be as that tonight, that we really need to continue to move forward. I'm concerned that the slowness in the stakeholder process now, just identifying meeting times is suddenly a problem, and it's slowing us down, is something that we need to act on. There was a FCMAT recommendation, and I can dig that out and read it to you. It's something along this vein. But I have to say that I'm even reluctant to call it an ombudsman. I remember the discussions that we had. I remember when FCMAT said ombudsman, we said, well, gosh, what is that? We went back to FCMAT. A number of us had discussions about what we thought it meant, and I only had it included in the title here because I wanted to give the board and the community that connection with our past discussion. I would prefer not to call it an ombudsperson, but to call it a communications consultant. It's a real need that we have right now in our process of moving our special ed change forward. And you will not find it on the action plan. I understand that there was stakeholder discussion about this. In fact, I've talked to some of our SEEK leadership about this, and they believe rather similarly that these are the kinds of tasks that we need to have. I don't think it was a high priority on that list. As a matter of fact, there are other things, and I will address this in a later agenda item. There are other things on that action plan that do need to have detail added and need to be brought forward to the board. The reason this is on separately is that I think we need action now on this so that we can move ahead on this critical item.
Do we have any public comment? Mr. Wheeler.
I would like to know which unit this is going to be, this position would be placed. Which unit, classified, certificated, or administrative, and doesn't it really specify that?
This would be an outside consultant.
Yeah.
Outside consultant. Mrs. Deacon?
Well, as much as I initially hesitated about the ombuds position, because I felt that our administrative structure should accommodate these kinds of issues, I am also feeling some urgency now about getting back up to speed with this communications piece. And I don't know if you have any candidates in mind, Dr. Sarvis, but
I have a couple of people that I would be contacting immediately and meeting with.
But I actually think, and this is our money, correct? I mean, so we have to spend it now too. So I actually favor this, and I would even go so far as to make a motion to approve to hire the special education communication consultant.
Second. Discussion, Mrs. Cordero? Yeah. I'll just comment. I'm glad the word ombudsman is out. I disagree with the background information.
Did you take it out?
But if we leave this as a communication consultant with the plan as spelled out, and not necessarily related to anything specifically in the FCMAT report, I'm in favor of it also. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Board.
E5.
Well, this is another time-sensitive item, and you'll find out why in the next 60 seconds from Eric Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Sarvis. Annually, we issue a tax and revenue anticipation note. The purpose of the note is basically to shore up our cash position over the fiscal year. In typical revenue limit districts, the majority of revenue comes from both state aid and property taxes, and there's a distribution of state apportionment over 12 months, and then we get taxes in April or December and April. Well, as we move toward basic aid, we don't get general purpose apportionments from the state, so we become even more reliant on the property tax distributions that only come twice a year. But as you know, we have expenses that start in July and actually increase in September when our teachers come back to school, because the biggest expense for a school district is payroll. So we live on our beginning balance for a while, but if we don't have some kind of mechanism to draw against to shore up cash, then we get into a cash deficit situation and we don't have enough money on a given day. Not that we don't have enough money throughout the entire year. So it's a float mechanism. This year, similar to last year, we're going into a trans pool with other districts from Santa Barbara County to issue a tax and revenue anticipation note. We put a not to exceed amount for us of 20 million. Last year we issued a note of 18 million. We have to justify the size of that note based on the cash flow deficits, and we have to demonstrate that to the financial advisors because there's IRS regulations relative to how much we can borrow. It used to be in the good old days we'd make money on this because we could borrow at tax exempt rates and invest in taxable securities, but now the margin is so close, we're just doing it sheerly for cash flow purposes, and we don't make any what's called arbitrage on it. So we're bringing this for asking for your action so we can put this into place. We would imagine we will close by June 30th so we can have this in effect by next fiscal year.
Discussion? Mrs. Parker?
I'm going to go ahead and move to approve resolution number 2009/10-39, authorizing the borrowing of not to exceed 20 million in funds for fiscal year 2010-11, and authorizing the issuance and sale of 2010-11 tax and revenue anticipation notes for the Santa Barbara school districts, and authorizing the execution and delivery of documents related thereto.
The motion took longer than the discussion. Seconded by Dr. Noel. All in favor say aye. Oh, Mrs. Cordero? Oh, Mrs. Cordero. Seconded by Mrs. Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. I'm going to jump to F2 in deference of our audience. Update on status of special education.
Board, I'm going to give you some information rather briefly. I'm announcing tonight Tom Guajardo's resignation as Executive Director for Special Education. It's effective at the end of June. I am appointing Carrie Mills as the next Executive Director for Special Education. We will develop a transition plan, but she will not formally take over the reins until July 1st. I will be asking the board to ratify the action in an upcoming board meeting. We will also start advertising for a new director. I've taken a look at the workload. There's a lot of work to be done still. We cannot leave 2 people as of July 1st to get all of those things done. So there's simply too much work to get done. I think it's important that we keep our change process moving forward. And I guess that's really it for the quick announcements, quick but significant announcements. You have on this agenda item an attached action plan. It's not very different than the action plan you saw at the last meeting. The changed items are items that are bolded, but when it says that something is in process or ongoing now as opposed to the last meeting, there's a lot of detail that it doesn't say. We do have our 2 directors here who could add information if you would like information on some of these items, but this needs to be built much bigger, much faster, and a lot more detail needs to be added to it, and it's the next big thing that needs to be done with the action plan is to build out these tasks. I know one of our board members has been very helpful in that process. The Special Education Advisory Committee, SEEK, has been helpful in that process. I mean, people are already thinking ahead about what this ought to look like and how big this could get and should be. But that's what I think we're looking forward to. I don't know that you need to spend any time on it tonight necessarily.
Any discussion? Yeah, I just did one comment. It's going to be, in the last 2 action plans, all of the FCMAT numbers have been eliminated. So I'm presuming we have some way to correlate which ones are being done and not done and completed. So I hope there's a different, someplace that.
They need to be put back in.
Yeah.
Funny you should mention that. I just happened to have a list with all the numbers back in.
All the numbers back in?
I spent last night doing that.
Okay, yeah, because.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And,
should be getting.
Well, I'm so FCMAT tunnel vision that I couldn't know what they meant without seeing those numbers.
Yeah,
Well,
okay, so,
you
yeah.
should be getting more information meeting to meeting,
Okay.
not less.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for staying. I mean, sure was important. Yeah. But we appreciate the smiles. Yeah. Okay, let's jump back to E6. Approval of memorandum of understanding regarding the Charger In program.
Oh, I'd like to move to approve that. Actually, I think my other board members know that there was a private donation that's been sitting for some time waiting, a check waiting to be cashed to help fund this. And so I know there were some logistical issues and negotiated issues, but now it looks like we're ready to move forward on this. And I think it's a great program, and it really helps benefit some of our special needs students too. So I'm really glad to see it's finally here.
That's the motion?
That's I'm sorry. So I move to approve the memorandum of understanding regarding the Charger In program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Mrs. Cordero?
I just have a question. The program itself, when it talked about employees, is that referring to, well, I guess I should ask the question, who is that referring to? Because it said, for example, no supervisor, direction, evaluation of performance, scheduling of time, assignment of overtime, et cetera, shall be exercised by any staff member assigned to the program. And then it talked about there shall be no change in assignments, et cetera, et cetera.
These are primarily assurances to our classified association that there won't be increased assignments.
And forgive me if I'm not recalling this program
Yes.
very well, but who are the staff members that are
Good.
assigned to this?
You go right ahead.
There was an ROP teacher that operated the program that recently retired, and that person was brought back basically on an employment agreement. So since this person is not an SBTA member and not a CSEA member, they're kind of neither fish nor fowl. But there was a concern among the CSEA bargaining unit that somehow, unless the duties were explicitly identified, that there could be infringement on bargaining unit work. So that's why there's all that verbiage in there.
Now, there will be an employee who is an instructional employee, and that employee will be supervised by the school administration.
Correct.
Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. E7, approval of board action on student discipline case numbers 09/10-30 and 09/10-33. Do I have a motion on 09/10-30?
Yes. In 09/10-30, I move that we uphold the one-year school expulsion.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
In case 09/10-33, I move that we uphold the one-year calendar expulsion for the student with the provision that the parents may petition to have the remainder of the expulsion suspended prior to the beginning of the 2010-2011 school year.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. That takes us to G, to go back to some of the consent calendar items. Dr. Noel, you had D2.
Yeah, D2 is, I have sort of a question, and it's just, I look at this and I see AVID being funded by fundraising. And it seems to me that AVID ought to be funded, that the trips, the college trips for AVID ought to be funded by the district. And I understand we're hard put for money, but I just think that's pretty important. And I wanted to make that comment. And I'll let somebody else move to adopt the, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that's, yeah, the same thing about the Dawn Riders. And I understand that that's not quite AVID, but that goes very closely with our youth violence prevention program, and would like to think that somehow we could work funding for these really worthy activities into our budget planning.
Do you have a motion for D2?
Move to approve D2.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Dr. Noel, D3.
D3, Santa Barbara Junior High School, explore the nation's capital and visit Civil War battlefields. I don't understand that. Is that for a teacher to go do that?
I believe that was tied to a trip with kids, which doesn't, this is for the out-of-state, this is for the teacher to go. I would have to, you know what, actually, I'd have to check, but I believe that was tied to a field trip that
Yes.
came earlier.
This is the Santa Barbara Junior High field trip to
Right.
Washington, D.C.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that helps a lot.
Yes.
That's May 9th to 15th.
I did want to, well, in which case the other part I had was why not Title II? Now I have an answer to both. Thank you, and I move to adopt that.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Mrs. Deacon, D10.
This is a question, but we're being asked to accept the 2008-2009 annual report, and on page 4 of this, where it says, it is recommended that future funds be used to fund, and then there's a list of bullet points there. I mean, maybe this was something that the board already approved, this list. My question only is, by approving this, are we agreeing to, is this a priority? Are these rank ordered by priority? Are we agreeing to approve these projects, or is this something that we already agreed to do?
Mr. Etyon?
Because of the year, I was just, it's.
No,
too
these
late
are,
on
these are suggested projects. The board has full latitude to approve any project for the design or the contract. Those would come to the board. So you're not really approving, we're just saying, this is a potential list for future projects for these types of funds.
But we're
you're
not
you're not
locking
approving to
ourselves.
proceed with funding and doing those
Right,
projects.
and we're not locking ourselves into any future obligation about the ranking the
No, you are
priorities
not.
of these. Okay, well then I will go ahead and move to approve.
Second.
D.
D10.
Oh, sorry. That's okay.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Wait, Mr.
Aye.
Herron, I had a
Oh,
question on this
okay,
one.
okay.
What happened to the developer fees study?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask that question.
It's on a future list.
It's on a list. I'm going to have to cut this consultant loose because I've just pushed him and pushed him and pushed him, and he's promised and just has not delivered. So I will probably be back before you with another proposal, and it'll probably cost more. Now, the state allocation board, we were waiting for them to do their biannual adjustment, but as it turned out, they did not adjust the fee because of the economy. There was no inflationary adjustment. So I'll be bringing something back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Now, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Coming events, number H. I think we've had that earlier. Is there anything else?
Wait, wasn't D11 was not pulled? No, just D10.
I didn't have it, but that doesn't mean it wasn't. That gentleman talked about it
Okay.
at the meeting. We didn't pull it, though. So there was another issue attached to that, so I don't know if I didn't.
I can address that real quickly. The bleacher contract, we opened the bids, we had a bid protest, we resolved the bid protest, we notified both the low bidder and the second low bidder of our recommendation to the board. We notified SCCAC that a recommendation would come to the board. My daughter was in a car accident on Highway 101 Thursday. I thought I had sent this to the superintendent's office. I did not. I've already apologized to all the parties. It'll be on the next agenda. It was supposed to be on the agenda with the same item for the inspector of record that you approved tonight. So it will come back at the next meeting. There was no way to add it without the violating the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hetjunk. And I hope Sarah's okay.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor say aye. Oh,
Aye, we already passed it.
we did pass it? Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
had a question. Oh, no, okay.
No, that was just,
It's,
yeah.
it's 11:30, okay. Coming events, we have those. Future agenda items.
Board, if we receive the Adelante charter petition this week, does the board want to schedule a board meeting hearing on April 6th, Tuesday, April 6th?
We need a public hearing to review that, and there's a April 30th deadline for funding. If in fact it gets approved, they need to apply for their funding by April 30th. So that leaves us April 6th, and then come back on April 27th to actually vote on it. Mrs. Parker?
Well, my dilemma with that is I really feel like we needed to have that conversation about the costs of interdistrict transfer students from charter schools. And I guess we could have them both on the same agenda if we wanted to do that on April 6th. I could certainly do that special meeting.
Mrs. Deacon?
Well, I agree. I think those two pieces probably we want to talk about in concert. I'm available that day. I would also ask Mr. Hetjunk if maybe we could bring the bleachers bid back by the 6th also then? There's no reason why if we meet again in 2 weeks, I guess it's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's in the superintendent's office, ready for the next
Okay.
agenda. I can just change the date on it.
Okay. So if we decide to meet on the 6th, could you be sure and let them know that it's been moved up a week?
Can we have a meeting on the 6th? And it's contingent upon us getting the charter petition ASAP. We've been promised it for tomorrow.
It's the petition and the budget,
Yeah.
correct?
The
Yeah.
whole package.
The whole package.
Now, they did move their meeting from last night till tomorrow night, so my guess is we won't get it tomorrow, because I presume they're having a meeting to make a final decision. But if we get it Thursday, but Dr. Sarvis and I both are concerned that they show up with it on, Monday, and we have no time to look at it. So we will be working with them to, what Mrs. Cordero now is going to be working with them to get it to us quickly.
Could I also remind the board that in our resolution, we did obligate ourselves to working with them, and I'm concerned about that timeline, that a hearing and then voted up or voted down is not really working with them on it. I
Well,
would,
there'd be 3 weeks between, from April 6th, 13th, 27th, so it's 3 weeks in between.
that means we'll have to be ready to go at this meeting on the April 6th with whatever requirements will make it a go for each of us.
Echoes of collective concurrence in that.
No, at a board meeting on April 6th. I mean, you'd have to be prepared to be able to make those statements at the board meeting. I don't want to hear about them in advance at this point.
Okay, is it okay, do we need a vote on this meeting on the 6th, or just a?
Let's go ahead and vote on it.
We don't need a motion to have a meeting? No, okay, thank you. Okay. Adjourned?
I have
Mrs.
another
Parker.
future agenda item.
Okay.
I just want to address this because we were supposed to talk about the annual technology board report tonight. And Dr. Hayden, I really am interested to hear about this. And so I want more pages than this. Right. And, but the other thing is that Education Week, I don't know if you've seen the latest Education Week supplemental that is about student learning through mobile devices, essentially. It really focuses on mobile devices like, iPods and iPads. And I think that this is going to be a direction that we're moving in. And I don't know if that's addressed in all in the pages that are missing. But I'd be sort of curious. I just want to throw that out to you because I'd love to be able to talk about that when we get the annual technology board report too.
We can put the last pages in the board brief if you'd like, so that you do have those.
And the other issue is, I've been reading a lot that the EETT program might be changing. So if you hear any news on that you can update us on, that'd be okay too. Okay, anything else now? Get you home before